What the hell? I tell you right before we go live, it's amazing how much crazy shit starts happening, but I think we're good to go on this. One turned on. And we'll go live in 3, 2, 1. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. There we go. All right, so tonight, just real quick, for anybody who may be watching, you know we normally go live on YouTube horizontal, YouTube vertical, and TikTok and Instagram. For just tonight only, we're replacing Instagram with Clapper. So I know a lot of you folks went to Clapper once TikTok went down. So we are currently live right now as we speak on Clapper as well. So we're on that app as well. But tonight we're going to talk about couple things. You see, I got Elon Musk on the screen, but before I go into Elon, I want you guys to hear a clip because I need to get your opinion on why the hell would this be done. I don't have any answer that I can possibly think of why the Trump administration would do this. But I want to hear it from you folks.
Trump has ordered the shutdown of the first nationwide database that tracks misconduct by federal police officers. The move fulfills a campaign promise to reverse police reforms that came out of the 2020 Black Lives Matter protests. The National News Desk, Jeff Harris, joins us. And Jeff, I know this database was established back in 2022 following an executive order from President Biden. Tell us more about how it was used.
So the creation of the National Law Enforcement Accountability Database, Dee Dee, required that all federal law enforcement agencies screen personnel, all of them. Now, the objective, prevent officers with a history of abuse from moving in between departments. David Thomas has decades of experience working in law enforcement. He's retired now, but says he believes the national database tracking misconduct by federal police officers should be kept running.
You're just letting one bad apple move from one agency to the next.
The Justice Department confirming to the Washington Post this week the database has been shut down by President Trump. The White House responding via email to the Post story online, writing in part, quote, President Trump believes in an appropriate balance of accountability without compromising law enforcement's ability to do its job of fighting crime and keeping communities safe.
His history shows that he wants...
I don't really care about his opinion. There's only a few more seconds. I'll play his opinion. Not that I'm concerned about his opinion, but what I am concerned about is President Trump's answer. I'll play it again. This is the answer for why President Trump gave for shutting down the database.
Writing in part, quote, President Trump believes in an appropriate balance of accountability without compromising law enforcement's ability to do its job of fighting crime and keeping communities safe.
His history shows that he'll do everything to protect law enforcement.
Patrick Oliver, a retired police chief.
What does that mean? We'll talk about that in the comments as well, but what the hell does that even mean? You shut down the database because of what?
Criminal justice professor tells us databases like these can be extremely useful.
A national database on law enforcement officers who have been either decertified or convicted of crimes can be helpful in police hiring for those law enforcement agencies hiring people from out of state.
But the White House says President Trump rescinded the order on day one because, quote, he is committed to giving our brave men and women of law enforcement the tools they need to stop crime. Now, since the database launched in 2023, 90 executive branch agencies with law enforcement officers in them provided thousands of disciplinary records. Now, the database includes nearly 150,000 federal officers.
Now, I'm just going to stop right there and tell you folks, I'm dying to hear somebody give me some type of answer as to why the hell he would do something like that. I don't understand that. Why would that be done? How is that beneficial to the American public at large? And by the way, what's really concerning about this is you're running on a platform of government efficiency. Why would you delete a database that tracks inefficient police officers? Can somebody explain that to me? I'm dying to know that because that makes absolutely no sense at all, which is why I'm going to open up and state that sounds nefarious in its intentions. Now, I made it clear, I don't know, maybe a year or so ago, when folks were asking me whether I was going to vote for President Trump. And I stated at the time that I didn't think he was a bad president the first go round. However, I was really concerned with him promising to give police immunity from prosecution. And many folks suggested that what I was doing was liberal fear mongering and that Trump would never do that. This sounds like this is a direct path to doing that. Why would you remove the database? Like I said, I want to hear from you folks because I don't have an answer for that. I absolutely do not have an answer for. I don't have an answer for how that helps out anyone taking away their database, other than it helps out the police if they get caught up in a bind. Now, what I was mentioning as the reason why I was hesitant to support President Trump, I'll give you the clip because a lot of folks had never heard of this until they heard it on my show or they heard it in other locations. But this is indeed President Trump.
Better than ever before. We're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to work with Democrat mayors who are running in every instance, running them. Democrat mayors and many Democrat governors, and we're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to bring them back like they used to be. We're going to make them safe places again. We're going to give our police their power back, and we're going to give them immunity from prosecution. So they're not prosecuted for doing their job.
And I just, like I said, now you got him saying that that's several months ago. And I see in the comments, people were pointing out frisk and search, which is, he also favors stop and frisk as well. I gotta ask, where is this coming from? Deleting the database. I'm real concerned with this. But I do want to hear from you folks. I want somebody to make this quote unquote, make it make sense. Real quick on my TikTok, for you folks that are following on TikTok, stick with the Handsome Liberal. I'm going to switch over to the main platform. I don't know what's going on. And I'll go to the box and start taking questions immediately, if not sooner. So give me 20 seconds or so here to switch this platform over. Oddly enough, the minute you start switching the platform, all of the damn notifications come in, so you can't tap the freaking top of the screen. Look at it in the comments real quick. Is that the best you can do, Terry? Oh, you guys are commenting amongst each other because like I said, I want to hear from some folks who can explain to me why this would be done in a manner that is not so frightening. Because for me personally, I don't see anything good coming out of removing a database that tracks bad cops. So somebody has to be able to tell me something. Okay. One second here, and I should be able to start chatting with you folks. What does that say on Clapper? Cheers to the new beginnings. Appreciate that, Pamela Kirkland on Clapper. By the way, folks, we are now live on Clapper. So if you folks may want to call in, you can certainly call in on the Handsome Liberal on Clapper. We'll bring you right up and talk to you on, just like on TikTok. But I just want to get this comment in here. It's crazy when you try to, unfortunately, I'm multitasking every damn way from sunset. Okay, look at it in the comments. Okay, there are crooked cops. I have been a victim. Are you sure you are reporting correctly about what's happening? My biggest concern is money being stolen. Can we do that first? Now that's a good question. You're concerned about waste, fraud, and abuse, financial waste, fraud, and abuse. I think most Americans are concerned about that. However, if you're talking about giving waste, fraud, and abuse hierarchy over crooked cops operating on the streets, I'm on the other side of that. Because waste, fraud, and abuse is dealing with money. Crooked cops could be dealing with your freedom, your safety, your money, because they can seize that as well, and your life. So I'm going to give that hierarchy. Now it could be because of maybe you said you've been a victim of police abuse. Why would you care more about preventing condoms from going to Africa than your local police being allowed to be still corrupt? Money going to condoms in Africa is not going to affect you of any significant nature. At best, what Elon Musk is doing may end up giving you a 10 or 15% tax increase, or cut rather. So your taxes are cut. Let's say your taxes are cut all the way. Let's say you don't pay any taxes at all. You would be okay with that? And leaving corrupt cops out there that are really negatively affecting people's lives? I gotta say the cops should take precedence, in my opinion. Maybe you have a difference of opinion. But continuing on, I'm going to have to play this one more time again because I see folks in the comments like, quit lying, he didn't say that, etc. You know, I don't know how to, I don't know what I can do because, like I said, oftentimes,
well, the Trump administration,
when Trump is criticized, a lot of his supporters, who I always enjoy speaking to, their first course of action is to deny it's actually happening. This is actually happening, folks. This is not only am I going to tell you it's happening, it is you can easily research it. You don't have to take my word or anybody's word online. You can easily research this. But here is the local CBS affiliate in Sacramento, California. This isn't, this isn't a national news network I'm about to play. This is a local affiliate. The
Trump administration's Department of Government Efficiency expected to focus to the Department of Defense, and this comes as at least 10,000 laid-off federal workers received notices of termination over the past week. CBS News' Natalie Brand has the latest.
This is not what I'm trying to say.
In Washington, D.C., thousands of federal employees being laid off. President Trump continuing with his...
I'm about to talk to you for a minute because my computer is in frozen mode, so while that's clearing up, I guess it's buffered. But this isn't me making this up. This is President Trump deleting a database, a federal database that keeps track of bad police officers. Why would he do that? That's what I'm asking on the program. Why would he do something like that? I don't get the logic of it. So I do want to hear from you folks. Looking in the comments, if she serves me greens out of the bathtub, I'll call the police. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Real quick, looking in the comments. And thank you for responding there. Lisa says, nice to meet you. Appreciate that. Congratulations on the new live. Thank you. I guess that's the program in there coming up. You might want to look into the reports that are being scrubbed about a former KGB coming forward and admitting that Trump was recruited by the Kremlin in 1987 as an asset. I'm not going to just run and trust a KGB officer. I'd have to get more data on it. If they can show me some evidence of it, that may mean something, but Trump being a KGB officer, look, I think there's enough to discuss that is actually happening as opposed to having to run with that. So I'll leave it like that for now. And I'm really upset because my damn laptop is just, I don't know what the hell's happened, but it's completely frozen. So we'll continue on why that's happening though. I heard that story too. Yeah, as far as the KGB thing, like I said, I'm not gonna go into that because I don't have anything to run on that. And without any actual information to run on, I'm gonna leave that at that. So now you know that's bullshit, sis. I don't know it's bullshit. In cowgirl, I think that says, I don't know, I gotta use my spectacles today all day, but I don't know it's bullshit that he's he signed up with the KGB or something like that. I don't believe it. I'm gonna say right off the bat, I'm not gonna take that at face value. But Trump has done a lot that I thought was, bullshit, or I wouldn't have believed it, or I thought it was liberal fear-mongering until it was proven true. So I'm just going to say right now, I don't believe that he has anything to do with the KGB, but I need to see more evidence of it. I'm not going to believe it. I'm not going to dismiss it. I need to see more evidence of it. I'll leave it at that. Also, they know that there will be an election, so he can't invoke martial law. I don't know what you mean by that, Terry. Bro doesn't even live in Russia. Why would he work for the Russian Capitol building? You really asking that question? You know how many people work for the CIA that doesn't live in the United States? I mean, if they can plant you in another country so that you can deliver their agenda, you don't need to live in Russia. In fact, he would be one of the most valuable KGB agents in history if that was the case. And like I said, I don't believe it, so I'm not going to I'm not going to jump on the bandwagon and say I even remotely believe that Trump works for the KGB. I'm not going to say nothing like that. But I am going to say it could be possible. Didn't on September 11th we find out that there were several agents of ISIS living in America? That's what you would want if you could get something like that. So, yeah, the idea that it can't be true, I hope it's not, but I'm not going to buy into the notion that it can't happen. Looking in the comments real quick, Trump would talk about it if it was someone else. Yeah, that's true. That's 100% true. And it's interesting you would say that, because there's another clip I want to play of why I think the Democrats keep losing. But as long as my damn computer keeps buffering, I can't get to the damn thing. I don't know what the hell's running behind the scenes, but my computer is just not acting right, because I'm dying to play that. But looking in the comments, though, I got to keep moving with the comments until we can figure out what the hell is going on. It's because they have lost common sense, says Encounter. Well, listen, I think the problem with the Democrat Party is the Republicans have been able to successfully brand the lunatic side of the left, the far left progressives, as being the whole party. So anything that is said by the far left, the right has been able to convince people that the whole party supports that, like defund the police. Overwhelmingly, the majority of Democrats and liberals do not support defunding the police. But the right has convinced you that anybody with a D after their name wants to get rid of the police like that. So it's been successful. And I can't hate on the Republicans for doing it, because that's their job to do that. Just like the Democrats often try to paint anybody that's a Republican as a racist. That's what happens. The Republicans try to paint anybody that's Democrat as a socialist. The Democrats have just not been as good in recent times as doing what I call blanket insults as the Republicans have. It's been far more successful for the Republican Party, but they're both doing it. They're definitely both doing it. So it is what it is. But the Democrat Party has not lost their mind. It's just they've been unsuccessful in stopping the Republicans from painting them. Like, for instance, transgender playing for the wrong team and all. There's a hell of a lot of Democrats, including yours truly, that does not believe a biological male should play for a female team. I don't think it's anywhere near the problem that the Republicans make it out to be, but I don't support letting a biological male do it. But the Republican Party has been able to successfully brand all Democrats as supporting that. And it's worked. So that's just like my viewer here is saying, the Democrats have lost their damn minds, because that is a comment suggesting that all Democrats believe that. And it's been successful. So congratulations on that. I'm assuming the Democrats are going to be trying to do it in reverse soon. All right, looking in the comments, though, I don't know if the box is open. I don't know what's going on with TikTok on both of my platforms, but looking in the comments, Trump is smart. He's a buffoon. No, you can call him a buffoon if you want, but he's no idiot. I don't believe that Trump is an idiot. I'm not going to buy that at all. I mean, you don't navigate through life the way Trump has been able to do by being an idiot. I mean, at the very least, he's a great salesman. He can convince people that they need things maybe that they don't, which is what a salesman does. He's a great marketer. He's not an idiot. He's not an idiot. You may not like him. You may not like his policies, his politics. He's not an idiot, because America liked the dude before he became a politician. So he's not an idiot. I'm just going to say that, even though I personally did not support him for the nation's highest office. I don't believe he's an idiot. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I think my whole browser is frozen. So I'm just going to have to, unfortunately, restart this thing when I really don't want to bring all these damn clips back up. Marketer, that's the only thing he knows how to do. Well, I'll tell you something. Marketing is usually in corporate America the branch that gets all of the biggest budgets and shit like that. If you're a good marketer, you can go real far in life. If you're a good salesman, you can go real far in life. So you can say he only knows how to market, he only knows how to sell, but that's where the money is at. I mean, keep in mind, he used to be a real estate mogul. You know, that's his job, was to sell. That's actually what his job was, is to sell. And he clearly was pretty good at it. So just because you don't like the guy's politics don't mean he starts to be a business failure. I don't think he was. I know some folks point out the bankruptcies, they point out the casinos and things like that. I don't think he was a bad businessman. That's just my opinion. Going to the box, user guy. Good evening, welcome to the program, user guy. Asking that question, why would Trump delete the database that keeps track of corrupt cops? Why do you think he would do that? Good evening.
It's to keep them from transferring from one precinct that they are fired from and getting a job at another, right?
Yeah. Okay, you got a major echo. Are you on Bluetooth or anything like that?
I am not.
Okay.
I don't have anything on Bluetooth.
Yeah, I'm hearing myself in the background. I'm going to have to drop you and have you come back or something because I'm hearing me talking.
Okay, I'll do that.
All right, yeah, okay. I don't know what that, okay, we'll give them a second to try that again because I'm actually hearing myself talking and it's almost impossible to run a program in that manner. Okay, let's try it again, going back to the box. Okay, he's not there. We'll give him a moment to reset and try it again. Damn, I really hate that my computer is fucking freezing. All right, let me see if I can bring my next guest up since he's not there just yet. We'll go to Love to Cruise. Good evening, welcome to the program, Love to Cruise. Are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, why the hell would he delete a database tracking bad cops?
Oh, come on, Tim, man. You know, he kept a copy of it, in my opinion. Now, this is my opinion. And these are going to be his hired hitman. You know, the Supreme Court did pass the law that he can do anything president and does it as long as it's considered in the act of being a president, he'll be found innocent.
So wait a minute.
He's going to be his personal henchman.
So you believe he is deleting this database so that he can use these police officers to do bad things, like you say, personal, to do his bidding, so to speak?
Exactly.
I thought he was the leader of the Law and Order Party, though. That doesn't sound like the same thing you're talking about.
Hey, Tim, come on, man. I understand you got to play defense, but you ain't no damn idiot. You know he ain't the part of the Law and Order. The man playing 3-card Molly. You ever heard 3-card Molly?
No, I have not, but it don't sound good.
You ever heard 3-card Molly?
No, I have not.
3-card Molly is when you have two black aces and a red ace. And you flip it around, you show the people, you flip it around, and you tell them guess. Meanwhile, they don't see the sleight of hand, and you always, before they flip it, they show you the red ace, and then they put it down, and you point, and then they think it's the red, but meanwhile it's the black.
I've never heard of this.
You from Chicago, right?
Yeah, I remember the shell game. He would play the shells.
The shell game is a form of 3-card Molly.
Oh, I got cheated on that. I got cheated as a young kid. I was on my way to Evergreen Plaza in Chicago on the 95th Street bus and got cheated in the shell game as a young man. Bet $10, thought I knew which one it was under and lost. And I believe it was not under any of them. So I do remember the shell game because I got cheated specifically with that one.
And that's what Trump is doing with the American people. He's playing the shell game.
So if you believe that Trump is implementing some sort of con, the man got like 74, 75 million votes. How did that happen?
Because it's a con. Ask the farmers, do they want to vote for him again? Ask the steel workers in Pennsylvania. He said one thing and he's doing a total other. And it isn't just him. I don't even think he's the vice president. He's behind Vance. He's pulling a lot of strings too.
Wait, you don't think that Trump is the president? Who do you think is controlling everything?
Elon.
Oh, okay.
Elon. When they were talking about taking Greenland, Trump never been to Greenland. He can't even spell Greenland. That's...
You don't think he's that dumb now? Come on now.
Okay, he said he went to Walton College? Am I mistaken?
I know he went to the Wharton School of Finance.
Wharton, that's right, but he never released his grades.
Yeah. He's a private man. He don't like to. He's a private man. He don't like to release his health health report. He don't like to release his taxes. Maybe he's just a private man.
No, maybe he's about lying about all that bullshit. That's what he's doing.
So is it safe to assume you just don't trust Trump?
No, now let me get this right. When he came in, the immigration, I didn't have no problem with that. Okay, getting rid of all the bad, not all of them, but I think he should have there's some that should have got rid of. And I agree with him 100%. But besides that, what has he done for the common people?
Well, if they're saving all of this waste, fraud, and corruption in federal spending, won't the common people benefit from that?
No. And what? First of all, if you're going to really trim the fat in the government, shouldn't you have started with all the contracts we signed where they charging $40, $50 for a screwdriver and this and that? Shouldn't you start with that and then work your way in, getting rid of all the people who went for all those contracts? Go ahead.
Well, but wait a minute. If at the end of the day, if he starts at Z and goes to A versus starting at A and going to Z, he still accomplished the alphabet. So he didn't start tackling waste where you want him to start. But they've indicated that they are going to go towards the government and the Pentagon. They're going to do that. So if he does tackle that as well, is that not doing for the American people?
No, it isn't, because laying and firing the American people should be your last option. You shouldn't have started going ahead and laying off all these federal people. That's your last move. Start with all these other moves first, and then let that be your last move.
But what if they are genuine? But should you keep them on if they are genuinely representing waste, fraud, and abuse?
Well, it's possible, but in all the contracts that they started doing a lot of waste also. It was paying 4 or 5 times the amount.
Wait.
That is supposed to be charged.
Say that again.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I need to repeat what you start that one over. I didn't hear what you said.
I'm saying all the contracts that are people charging the federal government this and that. Isn't that a lot of waste?
Yeah.
They're overcharging us there.
Well, some of that might include USAID. I mean, he is there. They are tackling that.
I think that should have been first. Firing US, and you don't even, before you got in there good, you don't know what each person does and what that's going to cause in a ripple effect to the government.
Yeah, but listen, I don't think you're disagreeing with Trump. It just sounds like you wanted him to start here, and he started over here. But if he gets to the starting point that you wanted him at, is he not doing a good job? I mean, you're just saying you should have started up over at this higher level than down at USAID. But he's admitted, I'm going to go to that level as well.
I just think he just went around the opposite way, the wrong way.
So
I think you should start with the contractors and work this. What I'm saying is, firing American workers in that number that he's doing is your last alternative, not your first alternative.
I get
your last alternative. After you trim the fat, you don't know how much the contractors might have bought in. Now I do agree. In the federal government, a secretary shouldn't have a secretary that has an assistant. Okay? That's too much. And I do agree that. But you're not looking at that. You're just painting a broad stroke over everything and just firing all these people.
So in your opinion, he might be firing a little bit too fast.
Firing a little bit too fast and firing a little bit too much.
Well, we won't know in terms of much until we start seeing if the firings harm any of these agencies or not. If the agencies keep running effectively, then he fired what amounts to his waste. If none of these agencies start to come across as ineffective, then it looks like he may have done the right thing.
If you're working for, I don't know, any type of government in the United States, and you're one of the people on top, and they fire 9 people below you, where does that workload fall? It falls on you. So how accurate can this workload be that you're doing now? Because everything has a time limit.
And that's what I'm saying is that if the firings lead to these departments maintaining an inaccurate workforce like what you're talking about, then you're right. But if he fires all these folks and the government still continues to function, then it's pretty clear he got rid of some waste.
He's not going to see it because Elon's doing this too. And they're not, I don't think they calculated enough what is hiring all these people going to do to the government.
It's going to save the government money.
I don't think it is like that.
Okay.
First, you could, like I said, first talk to the contractors, then people that have 25 or 30 years in, give them a retirement. Now you're going to skim off, maybe 5 or 10%, and then you can accurately go ahead and start laying people off or giving them other options.
Now, let me ask you this, because I'm in hearing your conversation, which one is more important to you? Getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse, or keeping the workforce employed, even if they are waste, fraud, and abuse? It sounds like you're more focused on keeping them employed than getting rid of the waste, fraud, and abuse.
Yeah, I am. I'd rather keep them employed.
Well,
as long as it's, the thing is, he acts like this waste, fraud, and abuse just happened. It didn't just happen on Biden's watch. It happened on his watch and on down the line. And I just think it's a better way of doing it.
Yeah, but does it matter how long it's been going on? If he's here to fix it, isn't that something we should just want him to do, as opposed to talking about how long it's been going on, which doesn't save us any money? Isn't it a good job if he just comes through and fixes it?
You're absolutely right. Until he opens his mouth and blames the Biden administration. Now, if he doesn't say anything and just fix it, fine. But you're forcing another hand when you're just blaming another individual.
No, let's be clear. You know Trump is not going to spend a day of his life not blaming somebody for something. I mean, that's just what he does. I mean, that's part. People voted him in. I don't think anybody expected Trump to get reelected and not come in office blaming people for stuff. They knew he was going to do that, yet they still found him far more effective and a better choice than Kamala Harris.
Well, we know exactly. You're right. Everybody falls for Trump. He can do what he wants, but everybody's going to take the fall for him. But still, I'm just saying Trump is Trump. Some things I don't totally dislike him. I just know there's a dishonest part about him. And the fact that he's giving or cutting the fat, then what exactly he's getting out of it? He isn't just going to do it for the American people. Hell no, that ain't his MO.
Yeah.
What is he getting out of it?
Well, but let's be clear. If he was in corporate America, which he is not, but if I hired you to work at my company and you saved me all sorts of waste, wouldn't you expect a cut for doing so?
But he's been taking his cut.
Oh. How so? He didn't take a salary. He didn't take a salary the first time. How was he getting a cut?
No, come on, man. If it's true that he didn't take a salary, how much business did he divert, just say, to his hotels?
Yeah. Well, yeah, but that didn't take money from the American people. I mean, he was a businessman before he became president. If folks want to stay at his hotels and his properties, I mean, they do have a choice to stay at the Holiday Inn or the Embassy Suites or wherever the hell. They're choosing to stay there.
You're absolutely right, until you're diverted there.
What do you
know? It wasn't like they had a choice. Oh, we can stay here, or we can stay at Four Seasons or something like that. Trump diverted all of them to his hotels.
Well, he didn't force them. He made a suggestion.
He doesn't force you to do anything. It's like your boss telling you, your boss may not force you to do nothing, but he makes a suggestion.
Right.
And that suggestion, you better do it.
Yeah.
So come on, man.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, I think they brought up the emoluments clause. It didn't look right that he was doing that, having dignitaries stay at his hotels and use his golf courses for a premium, but, I mean, he does own a bunch of businesses. Did anybody really expect Trump to get elected and not use the fact that he owned businesses at all? I mean, like I said, what you're saying is likely true, but the American public knew all of this, and they still voted for him anyway.
Well, the problem with Biden and Harris, the things they do, they didn't put them out there They didn't make a big noise of it like he does. Okay? They did a lot of things that we really didn't pay attention to. You know, such as dropping insulin, you know, things of that nature. We didn't pay no attention, but now they're finding out as he get rid of things that these are the things that Biden had implemented.
Well, I'm going to say, as opposed to them doing things we didn't pay attention to, I'm going to suggest they did things and they didn't tell us that they were doing them. Or
make a big noise of it.
Yeah, and that's
the Inflation Act. Look at the farmers. They was under that. They were getting money off of that. Now it's taken away, and now they're crying because we weren't informed.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, though, I mean, this is the bad messaging of the Democratic Party. I mean, if they were doing these things like the CHIPS Act and the infrastructure bill and all of that, they should, because Trump constantly takes credit for what he does. I mean, he has won right now. He's president. There's nobody on the horizon. First of all, he don't have to worry about running again. Yet he is still constantly touting his successes and speaking to the people. Democrats can learn a little something.
Yeah, and you talk about waste. You know how much it costs for him to go to the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
How much it cost him?
I don't know how much it cost him specifically, but I know going out there with what was it, NASCAR or what was it, Daytona? I mean, that stuff is waste. I agree with that.
The Super Bowl is $15 million.
That one too.
$15 million, and he didn't even stay the whole game.
But I'll tell you, as I said before, the people like that shit. I gotta move it on, but the people like all that, man.
Thanks for having me.
Always a pleasure. Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. Thank you there, sir. All right, moving on. Looking in the comments. Luck, we all grew up watching them on TV. Okay, you guys are talking among each other. Tap the screen, by the way. I'm trying to get all this, a lot of this crap. Just having a rough day with my equipment. But tap the screen, get the likes up. What we're discussing today, I'll give you a clip of this. And by the way, here's another one, because I got a bunch of topics, but I'm only running a few of them by you this Saturday afternoon. A notice was sent to federal workers. I want to hear from you folks by way of yes or no, but listen to the way I'm going to phrase this first. Federal workers received an email, a notice saying, what did you get done this week? In other words, questioning your productivity. They all received a letter in some departments asking them, what did you get done this week? And was told in the notice, failure to respond will count as a resignation. This is coming by way of Elon Musk. So in other words, you're sitting at your desk, an email comes across and says, what have you done for, what have you done for the company this week? And if you don't respond, we'll take that as a resignation. By way of yes or no, you think this is a good thing? You think this is good to do to our federal workers? I'd be curious to know, because I see in the comments, some folks are saying good accountability and things like that. Let me just ask you folks, would you want to work for an employer that did you like that? How would you feel because it sounds great when you're trying to save waste of your money. In other words, we're trying to make sure employees that work for our money, our tax dollars, are effective and holding them accountable. It sounds great because you're penny pinching your money. But I'm going to ask you on the flip side, would you want to work for someone that is penny pinching money and holding you accountable to that level? This is the ultimate bean counter. When somebody tells you, what have you done? You got to write up what you've done and then tell you, if you don't respond, consider this as the end of your job. Also, you got to keep in mind, while you're typing down what you have done this week, how do you know if what you say you've done is going to be something that they view favorably? I mean, you don't know who's going to judge this. You don't know what parameters they're judging it on. You just know somebody is sending you a message threatening to fire you if you don't say some productive shit. Tap the screen, get the likes up. We should be about 20,000. We got enough of you folks in here. Tap the screen, let your thumbs not be lazy. Real quick on the program, you know how we run it. We don't block, ban, or censor. We are MAGA friendly. Been that way since day one. Liberals are welcome on the program as well. We don't block, ban, or censor. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. got off to a slow start today, but I got the equipment running. And like I said, we don't block, ban, or censor. You can be critical of anyone on the program up to and including the host. That's how we do it. That's how free speech works. You favor this type of open dialogue between all sides of the aisle, all realms of politics. You're in the right place. Feel free to follow the program if you are on TikTok or YouTube or Instagram Live is where you'll find us. So we're on all of those programs right now live. Just email back, I love Trump, so you can keep your job. So sad. Nick, you might be on to something. You know, you change your, I don't know if you work at a company where you got like an instant messenger service or whatever the case may be, when you send your email to somebody, if it has a little picture where your face is normally there, yeah, put a MAGA hat on. It might actually save your job. Nick, I like that. Big Shit said a lot of companies have to logging tasks via software. A lot of companies have to logging tasks via software. I don't quite get what you're getting at, but I'm asking you folks, would you favor working for a company where the boss asks you a question like that? What have you done this week? And if you don't respond, consider it a resignation. That's what he sent out. But before we go on to the next caller, what we're asking is, why would President Trump delete a database that keeps track of bad police officers? What would be the goal of doing that? I am real curious. I want to hear your opinion on that as well. Moving on with the program, I think they said a lot is life. Good evening, welcome to the program.
What's up, my brother? How you doing?
You know what I say all the time, hanging around like Jesse Jackson at a Klan meeting. So why would he delete this database?
I don't know, man. I was more interested in the topic of the wanting to work for somebody who's penny pinching.
Yeah, but before we go into that, I'm just curious. No opinion at all why he would delete a database that maintains bad cops?
No, I don't know all the information. I don't have no opinion on something I don't have enough information
Okay, let me give you a little bit of it.
Trump has ordered the shutdown of the first
Hold on, wait, say that again?
I don't want a little bit of information. I want a lot of information.
Well, that's the problem. They're not providing a lot of information on this stuff.
Then it's not a story we should really focus on much until we know more details.
But you're going to respond on the penny picture. You don't have a lot of information on that either.
No, well, that's an opinion-based topic.
And you can't have an opinion on this at all.
Not until I have all the facts.
You don't have all the facts on what you're about to talk about.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm telling you my opinion on what I was talking about.
But why don't you have an opinion on this?
Because you're the first one to tell me about it. This is the first I've heard of it.
Okay, but you can listen to what she has to say and then give an opinion on it. I mean, it sounds like you're running from this topic for some reason. You can't speculate. You can't give an opinion or anything at all.
I didn't realize you were going to play it right now, so go ahead and play it. That's cool. I'll listen.
All right. That's what we're trying to get out of you.
President Trump has ordered the shutdown of the first nationwide database that tracks misconduct by federal police officers. The move fulfills a campaign promise to reverse police reforms that came out of the 2020 Black Lives Matter protests. The National News Desk, Jeff Harris, joins us. And Jeff, I know this database was established back in 2022 following an executive order from President Biden. Tell us more about how it was used.
So the creation of the National Law Enforcement Accountability Database, DD, required that all federal law enforcement agencies screen personnel, all of them. Now, the objective, prevent officers with a history of abuse from moving in between departments. David Thomas has decades of experience working in law enforcement. He's retired now, but says he believes the national database tracking misconduct by federal police officers should be kept running.
You're just letting one bad apple move from one agency to the next.
The Justice Department confirming to the Washington Post this week the database has been shut down by President Trump. The White House responding via email to the Post story online, writing in part, quote, President Trump believes in an appropriate balance of accountability without compromising law enforcement's ability to do its job of fighting crime and keeping communities safe.
His history shows that he wants...
Okay, we don't really care about his opinion. We care about yours. Any idea why he would do something like this?
I mean, to me, it sounds like there must be something else that they're singling out through the program. There must be other details to the program that we're not seeing. I'd like to hear more about, what kind of officers are going in there and why they're able to keep their jobs after whatever it was that they did. If they did something that violated somebody's constitutional rights, then they should lose their job because that's treason.
Yeah. Any idea? What if they? Because this is when I used to have a big argument about Trump giving police immunity from prosecution, and people were. What if they never clear it up? Because they never cleared up the whole giving police immunity. What if the things you're saying you need to see, they never clear that up and never give it to you? Would your opinion on this?
In my opinion, at that point, you have to, if it was in your mind so much or in your heart so much to follow that topic, then you would have to do a little research and find out where they stand on that topic. It's not that the information disappears. It's just that the topic in the public eye disappears. So you can find any information on any topic that you want to find if you're into researching enough into it.
So if he deletes the database, what do you say you can still find?
The database to me sounds like something that's an internal database that they're using. It doesn't sound to me like it's a public database that they're talking about.
Yeah, it's a database to prevent cops from committing a bad act and then going to another department.
I feel like it sounds to me like it's an internal thing. It sounds to me like it's something that they're using internally. Now, see, here's the thing. That person, reporting that story, she didn't give any of those details at all. So what was it? It was catch bait. It was clickbait.
No, it's not clickbait because the Department of Justice clearly admitted it and responded to what they sent them. So it ain't clickbait. Here, this is coming from White House via Washington Post. President Trump believes in an appropriate balance of accountability without compromising law enforcement's ability to do its job fighting crime and keeping communities safe. What does that even mean?
I mean, that sounds like a nice word soup to me, but here's the thing, Tim. If a cop did something wrong and he violated somebody's rights, he should lose his job, period, right?
How will you know? But how will you know if the database is gone?
Because when they go through something like that, it goes through criminal courts when they violated something.
Not always. No. You can
go to the extent that you're talking about. Yes, always.
No.
Now, if it was just something that was a slap on the hand where he was reprimanded and then transferred, that's usually not something that is to the extent of what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think you're. We'll go to the other topic because I think you're wrong on everything you said. But in regards to the actual spending, what was your concern?
Well, I mean, why would you want to work for a person who's just a sandbagger? Why would you want to work for any other type of employer? If you know that your employer's on dotting his I's and crossing his T's, you know that employer's probably taking care of things all the way around like that.
Because you don't always know if you're working for a sandbagger. When you go to work, hold on. When I go to work, hang on. When you go, hang on. Let me respond to what you just said. When you go to work, your job is to go there and collect a paycheck, not to go and hold your boss accountable. So how do you know if he's a sandbagger?
Tim, you're at their discretion once you sign the contract with them.
So what's your point?
So if you don't like that employer, that's why you have the right to work for another employer.
What does that got to do with being asked, show me what you did, otherwise it's a resignation? What does that got to do with any of that?
If you ask an employee, hey, what have you done today? And they can't give you a list of things that they've done today, and they're not even saying it needs to be a specific list containing this, and that, and this, okay? They're just saying, what have you done today? If you cannot ask an employee what they've done today and have them give you some sort of articulable task that they took care of, what is that person there for? What are they doing?
Maybe they're actually so busy they don't have time to answer that bullshit. That might be part of it. Huh?
They should write that down. And maybe then they would get the help that they needed so they wouldn't have to be so busy every day.
But let me make it clear also. When you're talking to somebody and you're responding with threats like that, no response will be, huh?
That's not a threat.
What the hell? Wait a minute. You're telling me that when you tell somebody failure to respond will count as a resignation. That's not a threat.
No, it's not. Because if you're not at work, then where the heck are you?
What is your definition of a threat?
If you're not able to answer your email, then you're definitely not working, and therefore they're assuming you've resigned.
You couldn't be sick, you couldn't be in an accident on the way to work, ain't nothing else that could happen.
That would have been reported to your employer.
That's not always true.
You have till 12 o'clock to respond. I didn't hear that.
What is your definition of a threat?
Did you hear?
No, I know. I'm asking you. I heard you say it's. I heard you say it's not a threat. What is your definition of a threat?
My definition of a threat is, like I just said, if it says by noon, you must respond by noon, failure to do so is considered resignation. That is a threat.
Oh, so the only thing that would make this, so you need a time put in there, and then it becomes a threat.
In my opinion, yeah, definitely.
Okay, well,
because then, like you said, what if somebody is incapacitated at the moment?
So when he says failure to respond will be viewed as a resignation, you gotta assume there's a time in there. They're just not specifying it. Really?
You assume anything.
Okay. So that's all it takes.
Problem, Tim, you're laughing at me, but
I'm not the only.
I'm laughing at you because the assumption is the thing that you live on.
Okay, I'm assuming my ass off of what you're telling me right now. I mean, if you put in there failure to do something is going to cost me the loss of my job. Obviously, you're expecting me to do something. You're giving me some kind of time in which I do it. Oh, I'm gonna lose my job. The time is in there. It's just not specified.
Well, I mean, then answer your email. You're at work. What days do you work? You should be there.
And it goes back to my original
vacation schedule for you today. Maybe you resign. I mean, come on, man. You gotta do your job.
I hear all of that. I hear what you're saying. Where you threw me off is saying that this is not a threat. That's comical to me. It's clearly a threat. You're threatening to fire the person.
There is no consequence. When it's a threat, there's a consequence involved.
It'll be viewed as a resignation and I didn't resign?
A resignation is something that you've done, not them.
You can't resign an employee that hasn't resigned. That's called termination. You're firing them. If you don't resign from your job, your boss can't put in your resignation. He can fire you.
You can't be employed from 9 to 5 and not show up to work in enough to even answer an email.
Right. So if you don't do that, what happens?
What happens if you're not there at work, you don't show up, guess what? So they replace you.
But what is that called?
I mean, an end of the contract of employment.
You ever heard of the word termination, getting fired? Have you ever heard of that word?
Jim, termination is not it's termination of employment. Yes, I've heard of that word.
Right. If I don't do what you just specified, it ain't in the contract. They don't put that down. They put he was fired.
It's a contract. An employment is a contract, Tim. Do you not sign your name on the line when you sign up for that company? That's a contract. Don't you understand?
If I have a contract that ends in September and in April I'm not showing up to work, I'm not doing my job, they don't put down end of contract. They put down termination. That's what they put down. Huh?
Termination of employment.
Right. Getting fired. The word you've been trying to avoid saying.
Tim, for your understanding of legal terms, employment is a contract.
Okay. All right. Listen, you and I obviously got this.
Man, are you freaking serious right now?
It's a heart attack.
You don't even understand that employment is a contract with somebody?
When you start talking about getting fired,
you understand that?
I don't understand. I'm going
to. You don't understand that employment is a contract? Really? Are you serious right now, Tim?
I'm going to plead ignorance and say I don't understand anything you're talking about. It makes no sense to me at all. And I've been working my whole damn life. I ain't never heard nobody talking like you.
With somebody, if you work as a consultant with somebody, okay, and you go and you're trying to get that contract with them, that's a contract. It's work. Yeah. It's employment. It's an employment contract, Tim.
Okay.
I don't know why you don't understand.
So what do you say? If a person
employment, they're terminating the contract of employment.
You're just coming up with fancier words to say you're getting fired. That's all I asked you. Are they getting fired? And you're trying to say, oh, what you're saying is that person got fired. You're just trying to come up with ways to spin it so you don't have to say you got fired.
What I'm saying is that at any time in an employment contract, either the employer or the employee has the ability to terminate that contract at any time and go on about their way of making new contracts with other people. That's what I'm saying.
Is that getting fired? Is that getting fired? Is that getting fired?
To act like that is a consequence to somebody who's not even able to show up to work do work and do their job.
Is
foolishness.
Is that getting fired though?
It's a termination of contract, yes.
Okay, that's all you have. All of the wording you're throwing out and saying I'm ignorant. Yes, you are.
Trying to make it into this big old sympathetic thing where, oh man, this guy's gonna lose his job that he's been sitting behind a desk doing nothing for 15 years.
I asked you, was it a threat? You said, no, it's not a threat. I said, the guy is threatening to fire. No, he's not talking about firing. He's talking about the end of your contract. All of this talking, now you come back and admit, yes, your ass is getting fired. That's all I asked. You remember the old 1970s toy called a sit and spin?
I'm not saying anything wrong.
The problem is you're trying to suggest that I don't know what the hell I'm talking about using all these other synonyms for when we talk about the same damn thing.
No. What I'm trying to say is that you're going all snowflake on me.
Oh my God.
You're trying to act like, it's pity on the guy who's losing his job. Never mind the fact that he sat with his finger in his ass the whole day for 20 years on end and didn't do anything. And that's why you got to go to the DMV and it takes you 10 hours to get through there. Or that's why you got to go here and go there, and you can't get nothing done with the federal government because why? They're so girthy. They're girthy.
You would be okay. Would you personally be okay working for an employer that sends you letters like that?
I've had employers send me letters like that. Yes.
And you thought that was cool. You were okay with that.
I gave my report daily.
That didn't answer nothing what I just said. Well, just because you do something don't mean you're okay with it.
Damn, it was part of my daily job.
That ain't what I'm asking you. Just because it's something that's part. Hold on. You're doing it again. I asked you, are you okay with something? You respond with, it's part of my job. Just because something is part of your damn job don't mean you're okay with it. Were you okay with that?
What part of I was perfectly fine with that is not being okay with that?
The part of it is you didn't say that. You started going in all kinds of other directions.
Yes, Sam, I'm okay with that.
Okay, that's all I asked. That's all I was trying to find out. Huh?
I don't understand the whole word soup that you're giving me. You know what I mean? It's like, come on.
I mean, shit, you the one with the spoon. I'm just here with a cup. You putting the shit in there. I got to moving on as always, though. Listen, we don't agree on the damn thing, but you're always welcome on the program, man.
Yeah, man.
All right. Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. That was interesting. Like I said, some guests, it ain't about agreeing. Like I said, folks, I don't believe in block banning or censoring. We don't have to agree. Me and my last caller clearly didn't. He stated that I had word soup, word salad, and I kind of felt the same way about what he was talking about. In fact, he had me trying to bring up, how many of you, some of you folks may be old enough to remember, others maybe not. I can't bring it up real big on the screen here, but how many of you folks are old enough to remember the sit and spin? I'm going to have to start bringing this up when I talk to certain guests. Some of you folks that may remember back in the 70s and 80s, remember this? If you can see the kid on the screen, little toy you sit on and you spin around. The sit and spin. You got to be at least probably 40 to know what the sit and spin is. It would be boring as hell by kids of today's standard, but that's what I was getting. The old sit and spin. All right, looking at the comments, Eric, I do want to certainly thank you for supporting the program. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Also, in regards to the super chat, the viewer said doing nothing. Yeah, he added that in there. I saw that too, Ace Ventura. Said the viewer said doing nothing for 15 years, sat with a Peter on his ass. This is called projecting. The guy probably doesn't get any work done at all. Yeah, exactly. Elon Musk sent this out asking folks to tell what they have been doing for the week. And if they don't respond, you can consider it a resignation. Now, a lot of my viewers favor that, say it's accountability. To me, that's a bit extreme. You're threatening to fire somebody. Despite what my last caller tried to say, that ain't a threat. That's the way I would take it. I mean, why the hell are you threatening to fire me by email? Do this or I will fire you right now is what I'm hearing. For him to say that ain't a threat is insane. And I see in the comments, Jay said he had me dizzy as hell. Yeah, I heard spin. Maybe others heard something different. I heard spin. Eric, what this guy is not understanding, if he's talking about the Trump government, firings is that Trump gave them an option. I'm just jumping in mid-convo. Well, even if you get somebody in, let me just say this clear. You're right, Eric. He did give a lot of the employees an option. You can either get fired right now, or you can resign. You get 8 months severance pay or something like that, and then you get fired. Essentially, you can resign and get 8 months severance pay. Two issues with that. First, a lot of the employees did not believe him. They didn't believe that if you're really gung-ho on curing government efficiency, why would you pay somebody 8 months of pay when they're not doing any work at all? Why would I trust, if your goal was to get rid of inefficient employees, why would I believe you're going to give me 8 months pay for doing nothing at all? That goes against exactly what you're talking about. So that's the first thing. They didn't believe him. Excuse me. The second issue is, if you've been working somewhere for 10, 15 years, you don't want to got a degree and shit to get this. Who the fuck wants to be out of work in eight months? As if that's something great. I mean, would that make you happy if your boss said he'll give you 8 months pay and you got to go? And you were in a career position. They're not working at McDonald's. Appreciate the hat, mustache, big dog. Yeah, thank you for your support. You're going to take jobs where people have been working their whole damn lives. Some of these folks were, a year or two from retirement. Giving them 8 months severance pay and taking away their whole career, that ain't something that's all that great. That's just as bad as getting fired for some of these people. So I don't know why that's being viewed as if that's something awesome. Well, he gave you a choice. You could have worked you could have got paid for 8 more months. A lot of the jobs these folks have are career jobs. They don't build up their vacation time. They don't build up all of the things you normally would build up, seniority and all of that stuff. You're going to take all of that away and say, well, I'm giving you 8 months as if that's something great, and make them have to start back over in the workforce. You've been working somewhere 15, 20 years. You don't have a resume sitting around or anything. You're expected to retire from here. I mean, that ain't, some people probably been working there since, they started out using the typewriter and shit like that. They're not expecting to go back in the workforce. God forbid, if you're my age or older, a lot of places ain't hiring you no more. What if you're a federal agent? You can't just go and leave that and just have, you're too old. I mean, there's a whole lot. I don't see how people think that this deal he gave them is so grand. I just don't see that. Looking in the comments, at least they got something. Some companies don't do that. Yeah, but if that's the bar, listen, vote for Trump. At least you'll get something. He'll fire you, but at least you'll get, that ain't something to celebrate. At least he didn't do you like Enron. I mean, is that what you're trying to say? The bar is that damn low? At least you got something. That's terrible. Let me go back to the bots. We'll go straight to the one and only Dencal. Now, Dencal, you always follow some of the most interesting callers, Dencal. Today is no exception. Good evening.
Oh, that was, I give you, I know you like to always give Trump credit, but today I'm going to give you credit. Because you was down in that rabbit hole, ducking and, man.
He threw everything at me. I got hit on the head with the kitchen sink, man.
And if I'm not mistaken, that's the same guy that's talking about Hillary Clinton's no longer here and all that stuff. And this guy can't even admit that those people are getting fired. Like, I can't understand it, man.
Like I said, but he did admit it finally. He just tried to give me all sorts of synonyms to avoid saying it.
Hey, one thing I want to put on top of this that people are probably not paying attention is a lot of those people in those government jobs, they're veterans. These ain't just average Joes sitting around doing. These are people who have served this country and given their lives up for this country. To be told on an email, if you can't tell me what I want to hear, you fired.
Yeah, I cannot imagine. I don't care how great my boss, was in terms of trying to be efficient for the community or whatever Elon Musk. I can't imagine working for anybody that would send me a letter or a message like that. I mean, that's terrible. That because when he asks you to tell me what you've been doing this week, and if you don't respond, it is what he said. It'll be failure to respond will count as a resignation. That's the actual quote. First of all, what the fuck do I put down? What if I put down the things I've been doing and he don't think that is enough? I mean, so who was even judging? If I've done enough work this week.
We already know that that's a blanket way to fire people because Elon and none of his tech bros are not looking at that paperwork to decide if they want to know what I do. They should ask my boss what I do, and then they should ask my boss, is that work getting completed? Don't ask me.
Shit, your fucking boss might not be working right now. Might not be around. Shit, your boss is like, shit, I've been waiting for you to come out the building and have lunch with me.
I've worked in government contracting, and sometimes there may not be like daily interaction, or there may not be something specific that I can write down on a piece of paper. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not how things work in the real world. Tell me what you did today, and or you fired. Like that's the most heinous way. And the way they get rid of all of these people that's on probationary periods, which some people end up on probationary period. They could have worked in the same job for 15 years, but they got a raise or an advancement to a different position. So now they're on probationary on that new position. So they get fired because they only been at the new position for 6 months, but they've been working,
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, I heard when they said probationary period. If you got a promotion or you did a lateral move and you just started in the new position, even though you may have been there, like you said, 10, 15 years, but you're now in your new federal position for the first year, do you consider probationary? I mean, yeah.
Out the door, no excuse. You don't even get to write a letter to explain what you do with that part.
God.
And they about to do, I think they said probably starting Monday, they about to do about 54 more hundred in a different department, man. This is getting crazy. You seen what these people been dealing with when they go home and do these town halls, right?
Yeah, well, but I don't think Elon or Trump cares about those folks because
I know. But
Trump doesn't have to run again. So if Congress and Republican senators are bitching, okay, well, you need to do what you need to do to keep your job. I mean, he don't care, and Elon Musk obviously don't care either. But yeah, hey, look, no sympathy. You stood by. This is the guy you endorsed. You gotta answer for what he's doing.
But it's crazy how they just doing this stuff, and then as they figure out the stuff they doing wrong, then they trying to go back and rehire these people. Some of these higher level people are in jobs where some of these people are deciding to go to other countries and work.
Yeah, God forbid some of them folks, some of them USAID people or USAID people are, basically told you need to get out of here immediately. All the income, all of the funding is going to stop. Some of them folks may end up getting stuck overseas. But before you respond, Eric in the comments said, I would imagine it was Trump's loophole to move things quickly or quicker. I agree with that, but I'll let you respond to that as well. He says, paying someone 8 months is much cheaper than 4 years. It's so hard to, It's so hard fitting the details in with so little amount of characters to use in the chat. But how about what he's saying there? Is that he gave him 8 months as opposed to having to fight him for years or whatever the case may be. Is the 8 months something that Trump should at least get some credit for? I always say that. I don't know if I'm saying it on this one, though. I ain't saying it on this one. But do you think he should get some credit? At least he gave him 8 months severance.
No, he gets no credit because first of all, that's our money that he's giving away for 8 months. That's our tax money that he's allowing people to not work, which is contrary to everything he's talking about. He doesn't get to just tell people, I'm going to let you go sit at home for 8 months because of whatever he's trying to do.
But what about what my caller is saying? My caller said, listen, yeah, it is wasting 8 months, but this person may be still in the job for 5, 10, 15 years, or he said four more years. So yeah, it cost us 8 months, but we shaved off several years of paying this guy.
Well, we could use that logic towards any problem in the United States. We could say, let's take everybody's pew-pews and then we won't have any more gun deaths. Like that's not that's not what we're. Look, first of all, the government is a non-for-profit. if you're talking about a way to save money, yes, firing a whole bunch of people is a way to save money. But that's not what our government is there
I
for.
think saying our government is not for profit is not being, I mean, that's what they say, but I mean, whether it's weapons contracts, what we're doing with Elon Musk, not Elon Musk, what we're doing with the Ukraine, where Trump is demanding that they give us far more of their rare earth minerals than we gave them in equipment. Our government is out there for profit. They just don't tell you that.
I mean, but those are things you're talking about. You're talking about like the military industrial complex and stuff. That's a little different than our our federal government, like the job. Just same way. If you live out in rural West Virginia and you live up in the mountains or whatever, the United States government is bound to ship your mail to you wherever, even if it's not cost effective, because it's a part of the American government. It has nothing to do with whether they make a profit off of it or not. Of course, they do different things. They might raise the postage a little bit here and there to try to break it.
But it's still incredibly affordable. It's not like FedEx or UPS is what you're saying.
Right. Yeah. It's not supposed to be for that, because those places, they just don't have to ship it to you.
Well, they are operating off of profit. But I will say this, that is one of the things that folks never, in my opinion at least the Trump supporters never took into consideration when they said, we need this country to be ran like a business. That means that you're essentially saying that how does a business run? Everything is based on the bottom line, based on profit. Do you want all sectors of government to be ran based on a profit margin? Because like what you and I are talking about in regards to the post office, if you live out in rural Alaska, how much is FedEx or UPS is going to charge you to pick up even an envelope? Because they got to come way out there and do that in this remote zip code. You want the post office to be, this is what's going to happen, because everything is going to be based off profit margin.
And that's what he's doing. They say he's about to take over the post office right now. And he's going to do it.
Yeah.
He's going to turn it into a for-profit situation. And the problem is the government is not supposed to be set up like that. I know people keep saying, oh, yeah, we should be run like a business and everything. But the problem is, when businesses operate on a profit margin, it's not to share it with all the employees.
Damn right. And the thing about running as a people who are saying you don't want the country to run as a business, that sounds great until they're demanding profit from you. I mean, or until all of a sudden things you were used to getting or getting at virtually no cost at all, you're starting to be charged for every damn thing. Then you start realizing maybe this business idea was not that great of an idea. Like some of the things we're talking about. Once all of a sudden these people who wanted the country to be ran like a business suddenly start becoming victimized by the business itself, demanding payment from them, they're going to suddenly see this. I don't want this to be a business. I don't want, public schools, or I don't want this to be based on profit margin. And that's what it seems like he's trying to do.
It's going to be when we turn this whole country into just for profit. Everybody's going to realize what the government was doing that they didn't realize, right? Because if you're going to make everything for profit, it's not going to be profitable to pave roads in certain neighborhoods. It's not going to be profitable to provide you with DMV services, or it's not going to be profitable to all of these things that we take for granted.
In other words, zero social services, because businesses don't give away shit for free. So essentially zero social services, which could be everything from dialing 911, as I said, to public schools. All of that would be based on profit.
Right. And you already know what's going to happen when the schools are based off of profit.
Yeah. The people with money get in, and the people.
The education level in rural Mississippi is going to be, one. Those are going to be the hardest hit places.
You're gonna basically be dependent on volunteer educators. I mean, maybe some lady in the hood is willing to teach you if you come to our house at 5:00. Something like it's gonna start getting to the point where you're dependent on people that do it voluntarily, like it used to be before we had social programs where you had to depend on the church and stuff like that. It'll be similar to that.
Right, and it's going to end up being Sunday school teachers.
Yeah. Wow.
Sunday school teachers are going to be in there teaching our kids about the world and what they need to do to go out and prosper in the world. And they're going to be teaching the Bible in them schools, and them kids is going to come out dumb as a box of rocks.
But this is a good thing, right? We are making the country great. I gotta go. You're depressing me. Between you and my last caller, I don't even know where to go with this. Then Cal.
Do not compare me to that guy.
Real quick though, before I let you go, getting rid of the database for bad cops. What say you?
That's the beginning phases of giving them immunity. If you get rid of their records and you don't allow intergroup conversation to make sure this guy who has committed a crime over here doesn't go down the street and get another job over there, that's allowing that behavior to continue being unchecked. It's just like they used to do with the Catholic priests. When they get caught over here messing with kids, they send them to another church over there. Yep. There was no database, so you didn't even know if that guy was doing something bad. You got these chat beans on here talking about, I don't really know. It's got to be something more to it that we don't know. It's got to be a reason why they allowed it, man.
I don't know what to say about that, but I want to run something by you real quick before I do in the comments. I want to read this comment. A black MAGA family member is rubbing it in our faces. Our family members who work for the government with memes and posts in our group chat. Wow. So he's saying that he has a black MAGA family member in his family that's rubbing in their faces that some of them works for the government and rubbing some of Elon Musk's tweets in front of their face. That's cruel. That's cruel. Yeah. Listen to this. I want you to hear this. This is why I believe the Democrats don't do shit politically.
All right, while I was here in New Orleans, I got to catch up with an NBA legend, Shaquille O'Neal. We talked about law enforcement, the men and women who put it on the line, and the United States of America. How do you feel about America right now?
I think we have a lot of big-time people, and if everyone just does their part. Of course, you're always going to have left and right. You're always going to have on and off. You're always going to have certain things. But me, I try to use the things that I'm popular at and bring people together.
Shaq, you've been there for law enforcement. You've been there for the military. I mean, you've been there for America.
That's because those people helped me become the character known as Shaq. My father is a military drill sergeant. When that anthem comes on, stand up, you put your hand on your chest. That's what he taught me. And people have different beliefs, and that's okay. See, I'm the type that if you have a different belief, I'm not going to try to fight you for it. I think a lot of times, like you say this suit is blue, I say it's navy, but we're not going to fight about it. You think it's blue, I think it's navy. Okay, we move on. So, I think
blue or navy.
I think we live in a world where everybody wants to be right, but everybody's going to have their own religion, their own opinion, their own beliefs. And the word I think America needs to focus on is respect. You respect the person, I think, and that's why I like doing events like these, because you meet people that are different from you, and we all have one thing in common, having fun.
That's why I've always loved sports, man.
Yes.
Brings people that are different together.
Exactly.
I appreciate this, man.
What kind of sanitized bullshit was that?
I was trying to figure out where was he going.
What the hell was that?
And I figured out he wasn't going nowhere.
Right.
He was milquetoast, and he was trying not to offend MAGA.
That is why the Democrats don't do shit. I got to move it on, then, Kel. At least you caught what I caught, because I'm like, what the hell is that, man? That is why the Democrats don't do well politically.
Maybe he got that email, too. He trying to figure out what to write on it.
He trying to keep getting paid. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Dinko. Thank you.
Right.
Kind of reminds me of Michael Jordan stating that, listen, Republicans buy shoes, too. That's what he was doing. You ask a Republican, what do you think about the state of America under Joe Biden, and you think you're going to get an answer like that? Really? God, that was horrible. The answer is, Elon, I have been trying to unscrew this mess you created this past week. So you're telling me, Hubert in the comments, Hubert Coverdale, thank you for the super chat. If you received a letter from Elon Musk asking you, what did you do this past week, and it concludes by saying failure to respond will count as resignation, and you're going to respond and say, I've been trying to unscrew this mess you created this week, your ass is fired. Not fired, FYED, you are fired. But that is funny though. That is funny though. Screw this mess. I mean, you might actually have Elon Musk come to your office specifically. You see him in the hallway, like he's talking to my boss. I know they coming from my ass after the letter I just wrote. Will G. That is the Will G anthem at this point. Says Trump ain't shit. We're at the point it's only a matter of time when Trump gives himself awards like the Medal of Honor, Medal of Freedom, and creates his own personal police force. Well, with the Secret Service, he kind of has his own police force, but I can see him certainly starting to get some of those awards you're talking about. Didn't they just put him in charge of what organization he just got? They fired the guy at the head of it and they gave it to him. I can see that happening. I could definitely see that happening. You got Kristi Noem out there who is doing commercials thanking him. It is getting a little sucky like, and just based on my opinion, maybe you guys think differently. Just wanted to say thank you for the show. Appreciate that, Johnny Robinson. Thank you. Appreciate the support. Thank you very much. And continuing on, Will G says, I heard Doge was cutting programs and events already paid for and done with years. Wait a minute. You heard that Doge was cutting programs and events already paid for and done with years ago, just for show. I can believe that. I haven't heard that, but I'll tell you the reason I can believe it is because I don't think they are really doing proper analysis on who they're firing. I just think they're just. Didn't you just see him yesterday, or was it the day before, with a chainsaw on stage bragging at how he is chopping up, I guess, the government and cutting waste? I mean, with a chain, I mean, that has got to be really insensitive if you just lost a job. This guy's on stage literally bragging about firing your ass. But he had a chainsaw or whatever. In my opinion, the chainsaw is a really great metaphor because they're not using a scalpel. They're not doing it delicately. They are just chopping shit up. And I believe in the process of chopping shit up at the rate they're doing it, people who don't deserve to get fired are getting fired. I mean, you see what happened with the nuclear engineers or scientists or whatever the hell they were. I do believe, maybe I'm wrong on this. As I say, I don't block, ban, or censor, so you can point out if you think I'm wrong on this. If I'm full of shit, feel free to state it. But I do believe that the FAA has lost more people than it should. I'm not going to go as far as blaming Trump for any of the aircraft mishaps, but I do believe that they have gotten rid of more folks than they needed to get rid of, as you know, in regards to the FAA. Some of the programmers, some of the folks that were in regards to radio control, controlling the radios and things like that, radar. I do believe they've gotten rid of too many people at the FAA. However, because many would say, well, if they got rid of some, but then why ain't they saying something about it? Why are you fear mongering? If they got rid of too many people, why the hell ain't somebody saying something? Simple. Fear. They made it clear they will fire anybody. They will fire you at will, which is why I told my last viewer that if you sent the letter talking about you've been here the last week clearing up their shit, you would get fired. They've made it clear they'll fire you at the drop of a hat. So people are scared, or people, in my opinion, the people would be scared to speak out. So if they've seen where the firings have created safety issues, they're not going to speak out knowing that they will get fired themselves for being critical of the administration. So my guess is they'll just keep it to themselves. Very similar to what the Republicans are doing in the Congress and Senate. They don't all agree with what's going on right now. Did you hear my last caller point out how those city council meetings are going, where Republicans are in deep red, normally safe districts, and people are bitching at them because of things they're losing? Yet the politician that's being bitched at is not speaking out. He's scared. So you know folks that are working in regular jobs are frightened. And you know that Elon Musk and Trump knows that a lot of people are scared of them. I don't think it's even up for debate whether a lot of Republicans are frightened of them. I think it's just look at the wake of how successful Trump has been against his adversaries, whether it's in the courts, whether it's in Washington in terms of politics, corporations. everything that is, you've heard of the phrase, no weapon formed against me shall prosper? I'm not very religious, but I know that one. Virtually anything that's formed against Trump doesn't seem to prosper. So folks that are at the lower level, they're not going to say shit that's against Trump because it could mean your ass. You got Congress, you got the Senate, they're afraid to speak out. You think some low-level employee is going to say something? So I definitely believe that a lot of those folks are not going to tell you if some of those firings have put America at risk or put different instruments of safety at risk. North Korea just issued a nuclear threat to the U.S. I haven't heard that, but it wouldn't surprise me. They always do it. To me, you'd have to be a real cowboy to do it under Trump. You have to be a real cowboy to do it under Trump. No pipeline worker had 8 months, no mercy layoffs, those federal workers, and tell them, learn to weld. People I know were told to learn to code. In other words, no sympathy is what you're saying there, Mr. Realistic, and thank you for the super chat. You're basically saying that no pipeline worker got an 8-month severance offer. They got no mercy layoffs, those federal workers, and they were told, you need to learn to weld. I mean, just basically, you need to go do something else. I think it's more of that than folks getting 8 months. Thank you, President Trump. You are doing so much for black people, even if all of us don't know any better, says Renell. I'd like for you to specify what he's doing. I don't see Trump on stage bragging about numbers that have went up in the black community anymore. It is being ran like a business for the profit of Trump and the tech bros. You know, one of the things I've been wondering, and I'll go back to the box, there has to be money to be made. Let's just be clear. Elon and Trump are doing incredibly well financially. Both of them are. Both of them have a whole lot of companies and interests. They're doing so well that even being in their vicinity, money can just rub off on you. Like dead skin rub off on a human being if you're laying on the sheet or something like that. So there has to be there has to be ways of making money by getting close to some of Trump's companies, or even that Bitcoin shit that, or what is it called? Dogecoin, and what is Trump's called? I heard they were failing, or they weren't doing good, but it wouldn't surprise me if they rebounded. Because a large portion of this country's wealth is going to go to those two. So anything that's in relations to them, there's got to be ways to make money off of this. I'm just simply saying it's above my knowledge, but there has to be ways to make money off of the incredible amount of success that Elon and Trump are having. Nick, good evening. Welcome to the program. I thought the leader of North Korea and Trump were sending each other love letters. Apparently not right. I don't know what's going on in modern times, so I can't speak on it. I haven't heard about a nuclear threat. Nick, good evening. Okay, Nick is apparently busy. We'll move it on. I don't know what it's going to crash because it was not built to take this type of volatility. I don't know, but like I said, there has to be money to be made in something that involves Trump or Elon. I'll tell you right off the bat, Tesla, Starlink, all of Elon's businesses are going to get government contracts eventually. Guaranteed, they're going to get expanded government contracts. I don't know how that changes the stock, but it can't be bad. Can't be bad. Anything that he's involved in, Trump is pretty much giving him an open door. Can't be bad. I would even pay attention to RFK or whatever his name is. I mean, because he's going to be promoting drugs and promoting vaccines or going against vaccines. He's going to be controlling shit, herbal remedies and shit like that. When people have that much power, where essentially nobody can challenge them, there's got to be ways to make money off of them. Trust me, I'm thinking about it when I'm not on camera. There's got to be something to make money off of them folks. Real quick, looking in the comments, Sean B says, I believe if Russia were to send nukes, Trump would order the U.S. military to stand down from Air Force One. Damn. So you believe Trump is essentially a Russian agent there, Sean B. I do feel confident that they have a friendly relationship as opposed to adversarial. I don't know if it's that far, but I put it this way. I will say this. I want to be wrong on this real bad, what I'm about to say. I really want to be wrong on this. But I do believe that if Russia tried to attack one of the Eastern European countries, maybe one of the old Soviet member nations, that nation could not necessarily depend on the U.S. to help them out in any way, shape, or form. If they are not a member of NATO, MAGA is going to say right off the bat, we don't need to get involved in any other overseas conflicts. So if they're not a member of NATO, you're going to have at least 70 million people in this country saying whatever happens to them, happens to them. If they are a member of NATO, I still don't feel confident. What is it, Article 5, I think it's called? I still do not feel confident that Trump would honor our commitment to NATO if that meant going against Russia. I don't feel confident that would happen. I think that we would come up with a reason remember, we're blaming the Ukraine for starting the war. I think that if Poland or Romania or one of these other countries got attacked, we'd probably blame them for starting it too. I don't feel confident that if one of those NATO member nations were attacked, that the United States right now under Trump would join in per their commitment. I do not feel confident about that at all. I think we would say something like, that nation that's being attacked did something to promote or provoke Russia to attack, and therefore we're not going to honor the commitment. That's the way I think it would be worded. I'm hoping I'm wrong. Anyway, looking in the comments before we move on. Trump for Russia, Elon for China. What are we forming, a new axis of evil? Is that what you're trying to suggest? Trump is for Russia, Elon for China. All right, moving on with the program. I'm asking that question. Why would Trump get rid of a database that keeps track of corrupt cops, preventing them from going from one law department to another? This is something we've been talking about for quite a while, is that if a cop commits some atrocity on Department A, why should he be able to leave Department A and get a job at Department B, and that fallacy or that issue that he did at A doesn't follow him? If you're a truck driver, you can't leave one trucking company if you had a bunch of accidents and go work at another one. Those accidents follow you. If you're a nurse and you screwed up a bunch of patients at a hospital you work at, you can't go across town and work at another hospital. Those mishaps follow you. Why shouldn't they follow police? Why shouldn't they follow police? If you're a pilot and you fuck up in one airline, maybe you deploy the flaps when you shouldn't have, and it results in a very hard landing, breaks the landing gear or something like that. You can't just go work at a different airline and that doesn't come up. Why shouldn't it apply to police? Why are we looking like we don't want that to apply to police? That's what I'm asking. These are real lives that are on the line. Going back to the box, Stick, Darula. Good evening, welcome to the program. Stick, why would he do this? Why would you make it so police can't be tracked federally?
I mean, he's made it so he can't be tracked federally. So I mean, why not the police?
But I mean, it's got to be a reason why.
I mean, I feel like MAGA and Trump are confused in what they want to accomplish. I don't know if he's trying to give like more local power and taking more federal power, and he's the federal power. If you get what I'm saying?
No, you gotta explain that. I don't get that.
He's taking out all the leadership.
Yeah.
And he's making himself solo dolo. I'm the leadership. Because when you take a captain, right, and you make him Department of Defense, but you take the 4-star general and you tell him you're fired, something's wrong. Yeah. Something's wrong. There's nothing right about that other than.
Are you talking about the guy there's an African American he just fired, said he was woke? Is that the way?
Whether he was, I don't know if he's woke or not, but I know he's a 4-star general.
Right.
And I know that he held the Joint Chiefs of Staff position because he was qualified, regardless of what Trump thinks and said, which he has never served in the military. But you know, at the end of the day, he made his pick, and the people who had their hearing and did all that stuff for show, you know,
You might as well did what the Democrats did for Kamala.
What do you mean?
Y'all just put these people up there. If y'all gonna be so mad about how the Democrats chose their president-elect or their choice for the next president, y'all should be disgusted with yourselves and how y'all picking all of these smaller detail, not alone just Trump, but all these smaller positions. They should be ashamed of themselves. They should be kicking themselves in the ass because everything is asinine and backwards right now.
Well, they're okay with it because the people are doing what they believe is the right thing for America, though. So they're okay with it, even though it may not be done by the.
I mean, I don't know what news media you have been watching, but I've been watching ABC World News, and they showed all of the town halls where the people are going off on the Republican.
But that's
Republican Congress.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that is a small amount of. I mean, a lot of them people probably voted left anyway, so they don't count. The thing is, there's still not. The issue I'm saying is this.
This was a Republican town hall. This wasn't for Democrats. This was the Republicans coming out to speak to their constituents, and their constituents was telling them they're regretting their vote. They're mad and upset, and what are they gonna do? Like, what does it take for Trump to do for you to say you ain't with it? And then,
it takes for it to, well, the answer is simple. It takes for it to affect them personally. As long as it's gonna happen to them people over there, it's okay. But when it starts happening to the person individually, specifically, you can't spin losing your own damn house or losing your own job. You can spin it when it happens to somebody else, and it's all about making the government more efficient. But when you are telling your landlord, I just lost my job and I ain't gonna be able to pay rent, and you trying to see if he gonna kick you out or not, you can't really spin that. That's what's happening. It's starting to happen to people, and those are the people that are showing up at those city council meetings.
Hey, regardless of the fact, though, those are people. Those are voters.
Ain't enough of them, though. I don't think it's enough of them.
Those are U.S. citizens.
Yeah,
it's enough of them. It's enough of them, and the reason it's enough of them is because they got to hear that, and they don't want to have, even though they don't want to say nothing to Trump or they scared of Trump or however it goes in the Republican Party. I don't know if it's a cult thing or they really scared. I don't know what it is, or they really like look at him as an admiration. I don't know if it's a combination of all three, but I
think the thing is he kicks ass. They like the fact that he is sticking it to the liberals. He is going after the folks that they believe that were harmful to this country, like the LGBT or the woke or the BLM type. He's kicking all of the ass of the people who needed their ass kicked. I think that's how they see it.
He's kicking MAGA's ass too because they're the ones complaining to the Republican not constituents, but the Republican constituents was complaining to the congressmen that were visiting in the town halls. So what I'm saying is, he's not just sticking it to the liberals.
Yeah.
He got people falling on the sword as well.
I get what you're saying, but here's my point. You and I disagree on this point. I don't think it's enough of them. In other words, if Kamala Harris was in there firing people the way Trump is and Elon is firing them, you would see folks showing up to city council meetings like they did when Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan with the vaccine mandates, where they surrounded the whole damn government building and you couldn't get in, the streets were all blocked out. What you're talking about is amounting to maybe a few hundred people that are pissed off at a council meeting. I'm talking about thousands.
I get what you're saying, but I'm on the point where I think it's more than thousands. I think it's millions of people that are looking and seeing what's going on, and they're not Democrats. That's first of all.
They're not sure, but their level of, and I'm gonna make up a word here. Their level of pistivity is not that strong, though.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say that, and the reason I wouldn't say that is because they made it to ABC World News with David Muir.
But ABC don't like Trump.
Amplified.
ABC doesn't like Trump. You can find 10 pissed off MAGA and ABC will put them on there.
So that's my point, Tim. It's gonna get amplified, and there's more people out there than you might think. It's more people being affected. A lot of people in these red states are poor. They're going to be affected by this SNAP stuff. They're going to be affected by the farmers in these poor states are going to be affected by him chasing off all of the.
If I had a nickel for everybody who told me something was gonna happen to Trump, he was gonna pay some consequence, I'd be doing pretty well. And I was one of them people too.
No, not Trump, not Trump. The people. See, Trump ain't gonna get affected by none of this. Trump is in the White House. Trump don't know what the price of eggs is right now. He's never bought eggs. He's probably never even seen a grocery store before he ran in the election. When he went and, did the little thing where he bought groceries for people and stuff like that. He's never been to the grocery store. He has a maid or somebody that goes by his stuff. He don't know. So let's just get that out the way, first of all. But at the end of the day, the people that he was in the store with, those are the people who are getting affected. Those are the same people who stormed the Capitol on January 6th. Those are the same people he let out of jail. Those are the same.
It ain't enough for them. It ain't enough for them. I'm telling you, Stick. They ain't angry enough yet. Now you might be right in the future they may, but right now MAGA is still pretty damn happy with Trump. They're not angry enough. What you talking about? I don't think we're there yet.
Well, again, it's 53% say they disapprove of him and Doge and anything that Elon Musk got going on. So it's 30% of MAGA that actually believe.
I got one phrase that'll solve all of what you're talking about. $5,000. If they give everybody $5,000, that shit you complain about goes away. MAGA will be right back on board. A large portion of them will if you give them $5,000.
Listen, I ain't gonna say I would be on board, but I sure would accept it.
Yeah, and you know a lot of MAGA sitting around, they don't own a farm, they barely struggling to get by. They would look at that shit as he's our hero. A lot of Democrats might too.
But what you gotta ask yourself is how is he gonna pay for it? Because the 20% that he's gonna give out of what he's fighting is not. It doesn't go across the board for everybody. It comes out to be about $33.
Stick.
Of what he found.
Cut out the mathematician bullshit. If a check comes in the mail for $5,000, I don't give a fuck where it came from. I don't give a damn how you gonna pay for it.
But that's just rhetoric. That's just him talking. He's not. Where's my check? Hold on. Time out. You just said you tired of people talking about what could happen and what should happen, right? You just said that. Right?
I'm telling you how the voters think. They don't care about the stuff you're talking about.
No. But you said this could happen. I ain't seen no $5,000 check. You ain't seen one that neither has MAGA.
That's true. That's true. But what I'm saying is if things get as bad as you're predicting towards Trump, you might actually see that $5,000 check.
Nah, and I'm going to tell you why. You know why? Because Congress ain't going to approve it.
Wait a minute. Oh, my God. You just admitted Congress is getting their asses kicked at City Hall meetings. I admitted that Congress is scared as hell of Trump. He comes up with a solution that I'm going to give your constituents $5,000. They'll stop fucking with you at City Hall. They'll view me favorably. You think Congress is going to turn that down to Republican Congress?
Yep.
No.
Yes, they are.
I don't think...
You can't give every American taxpayer $5,000 and think it's not going to have some type of effect on the economy. That's crazy.
But then how about just because it's only $5,000 and you get money from them on the back end anyway, then we'll give everybody that makes under $200,000 $5,000.
So what you're trying to tell me is, Tim, you want to give 75 million Americans, maybe a little bit more over than that, because how many people totally voted?
140 something. 71 for Kamala, 75 for Trump. Well, there was other candidates in there, so I don't know how many total, but Trump and Kamala got about 145 mil.
Okay, so you got about 150 mil. Let's just go 150 mil, right?
Mm-hmm.
That voted. And you trying to give 150 million times $5,000.
Yeah.
That ain't finna happen.
When you start cutting off social programs like Obamacare and you're getting rid of the Department of Education and shit, you can do that.
Tim, that's not finna happen. You in the trillions right now. That ain't finna happen.
Okay.
He not finna find all that money and only give you back 20%.
How much did they give?
Give it all.
How much did they give during COVID? They gave 2 checks on. How much was that?
One was, I believe, 2 of 1,200, I believe.
So that's half of it right there.
Yeah, but it didn't get no higher after that. That's it.
You and I disagree. I get you. Excuse me. I agree with you. The numbers, the amount of money they're giving out would be high, but they're cutting back and cutting out so much shit. All of the social programs, you may get to the point where you don't have virtually any social program left. They can find that money because they're cutting everything out. And some of the voters are crazy enough that if they lost all of the social programs but got $5,000, they would think they were ahead. There are people that are that fucking crazy out there.
Yeah, there's people that damn stupid, Tim. Stop playing.
That's a vote, though. It's a vote. It's a stupid.
It's stupid.
Okay. Does a stupid vote not count just as much as an educated one?
Oh yeah, it does.
All right, then.
It definitely does. We seen it count, and then on top of that, it's more. It was more middle America that, Timbuktu, they never seen a colored person, a black person, an African American, a Mexican in their life, and they voted for him. But that's neither here nor there. But what I will say is this, Tim. Mm-hmm. They say that because of Biden and the checks, and it made the inflation go up. Well, just imagine, inflation is what it is now. Imagine what it's gonna be after he give you that $5,000, MAGA. Like really be.
Ain't nobody.
And then again, you ain't even got it yet. This is just in the air. Cause I thought it was tax on tips, and I thought it was.
If Trump says it thou shalt be done. If you talking about all this inflation and shit. If Trump gives them a reason, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. If Trump gives them a reason for why that inflation is not going to happen, the folks that support him will buy that reason. So you're like I said, you're giving me all this mathematician shit. Check for $5,000 come in the mail. They're not going to be questioning it like that. They're going to be spending that $5,000. I'll give you the last word. The tax on tips thing. I don't have an answer for that. I don't have an answer for why the tax on tips is not culminating, other than it might be a lie.
And overtime, no tax on overtime. Yeah. What happened? So again, he said it, right? That's what he said.
Well, he said day one on all things too.
So same thing with the check. He's been telling us, you just wait in 2 weeks. The whole Republican Party has been telling us, wait 2 weeks. You'll see. They ain't showed us nothing on no laptop. They ain't showed us nothing about nothing.
And MAGA's happy with that. But MAGA don't need to see it.
Only thing we seen, Tim, was the schmackle of Joe Biden's son. That's the only thing we seen. Yeah. Her walking around with pictures of this man's schmackle.
I can't argue with that.
So, again, they ain't showed us nothing. Trump ain't showed you nothing. The egg prices are still high as hell. The war is still going on. Matter of fact, it just escalated. So, between Hamas and between Putin and the Ukraine.
I think that's kind of ordained by the United States. I got to move on, but I want to ask you this real quick. I want you to hear this real quick. You can have the floor. You know I don't block, ban, or censor. Gen X in the comments says, I love watching you crybaby-ass tree huggers have total meltdowns as Trump wins. And he has that in exclamation points. What say you?
Well, if you mean a tree hugger when I go take a piss, okay, I understand.
Oh, shit.
I understand.
Oh, my God. It's a great comeback.
Yeah, I'm just saying, when I go take a piss, I'm hugging a tree.
Oh, my God.
The thing about this is, Gen X, I'm not really crying. I'm actually one of those people right now. My heart is so cold. I'm just laughing because even though DEI and all that stuff is gone, I'm still making good money. I still know how to survive because I'm African American. It's you guys that don't see that y'all spiraling down. Trump already told you the white sentiment in this country is gone. So y'all fighting for survival right now. So Gen X,
don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that.
Y'all fighting for survival.
I can hear I can hear tiki torches lighting up while you say that shit. Don't say that. Don't say that.
Hey, and I can hear click, clack, click every time I hear a tiki torch fire up. So I'm matching energy with energy. So if you know who stick the rule is, mind your business. Because I'm telling you, you run up wrong, this veteran knows how to get down.
Stick!
And I'm out.
All right. I'll let you, boy. Good conversation, Stick. Appreciate you coming on. That is indeed Stick the Ruler. Tap the screen. Can I get up to 30? Can I get 30,000 likes? Tap the screen. Help your boy out. Let your thumbs not be lazy. In the comments, Will G says, MAGA ain't shit. Yelling and screaming about DEI when it came to Harris and KB Jackson. Who's KB Jackson? But it came to you're talking about Ketanji Brown Jackson, the Supreme Court, SCOTUS. But they tell us to be happy about a Trump pardon czar. And I will say this, I've said it on the program many times, is that if we're going to believe that DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion means you're getting jobs that you don't have the merit for, yeah, Trump gotta be the DEI czar. I mean, Omarosa, remember from his first term, Scaramucci, remember him? You guys don't think Miles had the merit to do the job either. I mean, he's hiring a whole bunch of people that don't have merit. The only difference is we don't yell DEI when the person ain't black or a woman or gay. But you can be white and get a job without merit too. I mean, just because you don't want to call it DEI don't mean it ain't. Don't mean that is not what it is. I mean, Trump has fired a whole lot of people and claimed that they didn't have the merit or didn't know their job. Why aren't nobody yelling DEI? I mean, how many folks did he fire the first time? So the whole DEI thing. Here's my take on it real quick before I continue on. Where's the evidence? That's what pisses me off, is where is the evidence? In other words, we've had, how long has affirmative action been around? Like the Reagan administration or something like that? So we've had affirmative action in some of these programs around for quite a while. So if affirmative action, DEI, and these programs are leading to people getting jobs for which they do not have the merit, for which they are not qualified, you should have tons of data to show mishaps. Like, let's say pilots, because Trump brought up DEI when the plane crashed. Where are all of the crashes where you can tie it to a woman or a person of color or a member of the LGBTQ community? I'll tell you one thing, if you look up all of the plane crashes that have been in this country since 1980, since around the time this stuff started happening, you'll notice one thing, most of those pilots are white guys. So I don't see, where's the evidence that DEI has been so harmful? I mean, we've got DEI in police departments. We've got DEI in the medical community. Where's all the evidence? There's enough data sample where you should be able to clearly show people are getting jobs for which they have no merit, and X has happened. Y has happened. This disaster over here happened. This catastrophe over here happened. And it's all because this person was black. This person was Hispanic. This person was LGBTQ. This person was a woman. You should have tons of data because it's been around at least 2 generations now. But yet you don't have any. Where are all of the doctors that screwed somebody up and it just happened to be a female doctor? It just happened to be a black doctor. It just happened to be a doctor that was gay. There should be tons of data. Yet most of the mishaps in these positions still overwhelmingly white males. Anytime you see a controversial police shooting or beating or something like that, it's generally a white dude. It's not usually a woman. It's not usually a person of color. I don't know if the officer's gay or not, but it's usually a white dude. So if folks are getting all these gigs that they don't have the merit for, there should be all sorts of data you should be able to show. It ain't like this just started happening. DEI, affirmative action. It ain't like this stuff started happening. People are worried. If you start doing this, people are going to get jobs that they don't deserve and all kinds of chaos is going to happen. No, it's been around for about 2 generations already. So you should have heaps of data to show that all of these folks have been getting these jobs that they have no merit, and screwing up stuff. And you notice they're not coming forward with any of that. They're just coming forward and saying it ain't the right thing to do. I'm going to tell you right off the bat my analysis of it, and this is where you get to criticize the host. You guys know how I run the program. Damn it, I'm MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor. You get to criticize the host. You get to criticize anybody in the comment section. And this is one where you may throw a little bit of criticism and shade my way for what I'm about to say. And I'm going to ask you guys, if you do enjoy this type of dialogue from all sides of the aisle, feel free to follow the program if you're on TikTok or Instagram, and a subscription on YouTube, if you will. We're here Monday through Friday most days. But my humble opinion is this. I don't think folks are looking at DEI and affirmative action from a standpoint of people are getting jobs for which they have no merit. I think it's an issue of, I didn't normally have to compete against all these motherfuckers. I didn't normally have to compete against a woman to get this job. What the hell you mean you're hiring people of color? Damn it, gay people are working with me now too? What the fuck? I believe that that's more of the case. That I didn't used to have to compete with all these people, and I'm pissed off. I don't think there's any evidence to show that the people that are coming in are unqualified. There should be tons of data. It ain't about their lack of qualifications. It's about they are competition when they didn't used to be. That's the actual fact, in my opinion, behind it. But you gotta say that they don't have merit. Now, see the comments, user is saying I'm so wrong. Then if I'm wrong, there should be a ton of data. Where is the data that so many people from those groups have screwed up shit in various positions? There are plenty of cops, firefighters, civil servants, nurses, doctors that fit all of those DEI categories. Where's the data? Where is the data to show that all of the mishaps are primarily coming from those groups? If you can't produce the data, then DEI is not fouling up as much shit as people are saying they are. That should be easy. You got about 30 to 40 years of DEI and affirmative action out there. If you can't show the data for that, then it's pretty clear that these people that allegedly does not have merit, they're not getting hired. There's tons of African Americans and women that are in the military. Where are all the fuck ups at? You should be able to show this. You should be able to show all of this stuff. If you can't show it, then you're not. Then the lack of merit argument is not accurate. Looking in the comments, Secret Service is one thing. I think Trump is going to make another entity. So you believe Trump is going to create his own police force, and it won't be the Secret Service. It'll be something else. Well, I'd be curious what's the purpose of it. Because the Secret Service is going to protect him. So if he gets, you'd have to explain. I don't see what the purpose of that would be. Other than maybe to provide security to other folks that, like Elon and so, I don't know. Because he can give them Secret Service protection now. Definitely let me know. The Secret Service, says MAGA Reacts. All right, MAGA Reacts, your time. Good evening, or welcome to the program. Andy, I saw you said I was wrong about something. I'm real curious. MAGA Reacts. Why the hell is he getting rid of tracking bad cops? Why would he do that?
I think, first of all, that's the red herring, or you misread the article. That database only tracks federal police officers.
Right.
There's only 150,000 federal police officers. You probably have never in your life run into a federal cop, unless you've dealt with the ATF or the DEA or FBI.
Why would you delete the ability to, and by the way, that's not true, but let's go with what you're saying.
No, I've read it several times in several, different newspapers.
So when they say it prevents cops, federal cops are not going from department to department. You're with the federal government.
Yeah, they could go from ATF to DEA to FBI. Either way, it really is like a red herring used to score political points in each direction. But
how does that score? Wait, how does getting rid of that database score political points with MAGA? Why would they want that?
No, I think Biden put it together to make it look like he's doing something where it really does nothing because it only tracks federal cops, which most people, George Floyd was not, killed by a federal cop. He was killed by a regular street cop.
Which is why I think what you're saying is wrong. And I mean, I got did you see
the article? I've read several articles. It says federal police officers. It tracks federal police officers. That's ATF, DEA, and it's only 150. It only tracks 150,000 officers because there's only like 140,000.
Okay, I want you.
We have 1.2 million cops in this country.
Okay, I want you to hear this because you say you've seen different articles. I don't know if you've seen the video I played earlier from their local, I believe it's CBS affiliate in Sacramento, California. So this is on their nightly news. I want you to hear this clip and we'll talk about it on the other side.
Ordered the shutdown of the first nationwide database that tracks misconduct by federal police officers. The move fulfills a campaign promise to reverse police reforms that came out of the 2020 Black...
I stand corrected. She did say that. She did say that. She did. You're right. Let me hear the rest of this. Maybe I missed some shit. You are right.
Nationwide database that tracks misconduct by federal police officers. The move fulfills a campaign promise to reverse police reforms that came out of the 2020 Black Lives Matter protests. The National News Desk, Jeff Harris, joins us. And Jeff, I know this database was established back in 2022.
Let me ask you something, though, in your opinion. If I'm a federal officer and I fuck up and I decide I want to go work for my local department in my city, because this database is gone, when my city police hire me, do they now not know what I did with the feds?
I mean, I also read that the regular, like, it's a database that only the feds get access. I don't think they have access to it either way.
So, but here's...
I don't know 100%. I literally started looking into this, like, as soon as you started your stream and started talking about it.
But even based on the clarity you've given me, you have cleared up one thing. Even on the clarity you've given me, it still is protecting some bad cops. Is there any way of saying that that's not true?
I mean, this is like very rare that a Fed would go to you go from being a Fed to being a regular cop, and this is just such a rare.
Why would it be rare if you're about to if you fuck up in the Feds and they about to fire you, but you have training from the academy and you can show that you've had police training? That would probably make you a prime hire, a prime person to hire for a small department. Why would you say?
It's possible, but it would be very rare because most of these people, by the time they get in trouble enough to get fired, they fucking just retire because they got unions and all kinds of shit protecting them. Plus, they're fucking feds. They're really good.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Let me ask you this simple: do you see any good in what Trump did, getting rid of this database?
I mean, it sounds like it was a waste of money. Like, it's just tracking federal cops for federal cops.
How much money does
hiring them anyway?
How much money does it cost to keep a database of bad cops? Really?
I don't know, but they all work for Homeland Security, so Homeland Security knows everything about them anyway. And they said in the article, they said there's a bunch of DI-related information in there.
You didn't answer the question though. Is there anything good out of what he did?
It probably saves a lot of money because the government's very good at wasting money. If it costs anything like the Obamacare website cost, I don't know. I really don't know. I've read maybe an hour's worth of articles, and even then, once I got my answer, I was.
So you read an hour's worth of
money saved.
So you did your homework. You read an hour's worth of articles on this, but yet you were having trouble saying if anything good was done by this.
I can't answer it because the data's not there. I don't know how much money it saves. I don't know what good it did, if it was actually used. Nothing
read it out.
Anything about what you're asking.
But that's a great point you're making, is that you did all of that homework, an hour's worth of reading articles, and you don't know those basic answers. So none of those articles told you what this is actually doing for the American people at all. After reading for an hour, you have no idea what was the purpose of this.
I know that it's most likely a waste because it doesn't monitor the 1.2 million cops that work in this country. And Homeland Security hires them for, all these departments are under Homeland Security. So if they're hiring them and they're moving from one department to the other department, they know what these guys did.
You read an hour, you did an hour of research, and at the end of the day, you got to speculate. I know it's probably for waste. They didn't tell you any of that.
I mean, I just don't see a purpose for it. It's from my personal opinion. I don't see a purpose for it.
You don't see any purpose of tracking bad officers?
when it comes to the feds, it's a small community. They all know each other, and they're all connected to each other because they all work for Homeland Security, and they all work with the same. It's only one Department of Justice, even though it's the ATF and all these different police officers. Plus, these people have resumes, so they're gonna talk to the department they came from. If they came from the FBI, the ATF will call the FBI and be like, why did this guy get fired? And they probably don't even need to call him. It's probably they all share the same computer database anyway. I feel like this is something that's probably redundant. And
an hour worth of reading, and your best answers are based on how you feel. In other words, none of this confirmed any of the stuff you're talking about.
It's just simple common sense.
It ain't common sense. It's not. It ain't common sense that if you got a database that maintains a record on bad cops, it ain't common sense to just get rid of that. I mean, you're talking about we saved a few dollars in the process. Yeah, but this dude was beating up people. Or maybe this person was trying to rape people. Well, we saved some money by not telling you. That ain't common sense.
Okay, you gotta realize, before 9/11, you would have been correct. After 9/11, we created something called Homeland Security, so all these federal officers talk to each other, and they all work under one department. So this is like going from one part of the building to the next, So it's not the same as going from the FBI to LA police, LA sheriff.
And you really think that
this is the same families under the same? It's the same people.
I'm reading Pro Bill in the comments, and what his comment in regards to what you're saying kind of resonates. He says all MAGA really cares about is money. I mean, you're talking about cops that could really be hurting people, really affecting people's lives, scaring the shit out of people, mistreating people. And you're talking, well, it saved money by not keeping a record of that.
It's not that. The record is there. Again,
how do you know?
The whole purpose of Homeland Security is to do what this database does. All this database does is just make a second copy of the same shit. I mean, they all work for the same thing. They all work for Homeland Security. If you look at the tree of, kind of like the family tree of the federal government, all these different federal police officers all work for Homeland Security.
How are you certain that Homeland Security still maintains a database?
Because what do you mean? They know who works for them, and they know their conduct. They all share the same department. I'm sure they all share the same.
You sure? You feel? You think? You think? I mean, you just taking stabs in the dark.
Security for these people to communicate and talk to each other.
I mean, just listen to the
entire purpose of Homeland Security.
Just listening to the language you're using. I feel. I think. I assume. I mean, you did an hour worth of research, and that's what you're coming up with.
It's just a very good, what's it called? It's a very
guess. It's a guess.
Yeah, no matter what, it's a guess because I don't work in the fucking federal. I don't work for Homeland Security or any federal office.
You can't. Well, let me just say this: MAGA. You can't get rid of tracking bad cops and not clearly explain how that benefits the people. And the things we're talking about, how people are not going to be possibly hurt behind this. The fact that you looked into this for an hour and you can't clearly answer those basic questions, that's frightening.
I just think it was a waste to start off with.
You shouldn't, but you keep coming back with but think about what you just said. I think. Why don't you know? You did an hour worth of research. Why isn't that clear?
Did you call the Homeland Security and ask them these things?
No, they should have told you this.
An article? I guess. That's the problem. They were happy to get. They got their headline as soon as they got Trump.
This is crazy.
Is helping bad cops.
This is akin to.
They didn't care enough to look more into it or even explain.
The answer. This is akin to saying we're going to have one less air traffic control person in each tower, and not explaining why you're doing that. That's what it. I mean, you don't. You're admitting I really don't know why they did this. I think they did this. I feel confident they may have did it this way, but you don't know after doing plenty of research on it. They didn't tell people why they're doing it.
I told you why. Because they all
didn't tell me why. You told me what you think.
They're all connected. They all have access to this data anyway. Sounds like something that Biden did put together to look good for BLM and whatever. It makes him look good. It makes a good article. And it makes a bad article against Trump. And I think that's the whole purpose of this, and that's why they got rid of it. It's only good for earning points, political points.
I just,
all right.
Yeah. To me, I think
I
what
don't
you
like to do what like you and Denkel do. I don't like to do what ifs, but this is just based on what I know, what makes most sense, and it's my opinion. I'll leave it at that. It's my
and
opinion.
you would, if it came down to you, MAGA, and I see the comments. Will G said that's like getting rid of the sex offenders database. Yeah, I see it like that too. If it came down to you, MAGA Reacts, if you had to vote on this, would you have voted in favor of doing this?
Yeah, because this one versus like when it comes to sex offenders, there's a lot more sex offenders than there is federal officers.
How do you know?
They're not all working for the federal government. If they're all working for the federal government and the federal government knows about them anyway, and we're just making a database just because this isn't a database that's open to the public like the federal the sexual the sexual registration whatever the hell he was talking about the sex one.
You're scaring me, man. You're scaring me, dude. You're telling me stuff like.
Small group of people.
What the hell does that got to do with it? What do you want to do? You wanna stop tracking Muslims that live in America that may do something wrong because it's only a small group of people. You don't have no problem tracking it. You don't have any damn problem. You don't have any damn problem tracking the transgender community. That's a small group of people, yet they're all over your mouth.
Hold on. Who's tracking the transgender community? No one's tracking the transgender community.
You can't go to a MAGA gathering without the transgender people coming up. And they're a very small group of people.
We talk about them. We don't want them playing sports against women. We're happy to see them play sport against men. But, nobody's tracking them. You said tracking them like they're sex offenders. That's the word.
Let me tell you how I see it.
We're not trying to track them like they're sex offenders.
I think that you guys would be less interested if you guys are more focused on a biological male going in the wrong bathroom than a cop going in that same bathroom and beating the hell out of somebody. It makes no sense at all. If the biological male goes in there and does something wrong, it's all over right-wing media, but we don't need to keep track of a cop that does it.
This database, how many times have you heard of federal cops doing anything that upset anybody? We're talking about federal cops. We're talking about FBI, ATF, the people who beat up Rodney King. That was LA police. George Floyd was fucking St. Louis or whatever, Minnesota. All these, it's never the feds. For the feds to do something bad, it's usually either bullshit or really serious where they're gonna go to jail.
What you're basically telling me is because it doesn't happen that much, you should kind of not even pay attention to it.
It's not even that. The people that would hire them, the other federal departments, has access to that information either way. So the data is just redundant.
Yeah, I don't.
It's not like sexual offenders where me and you have no access to, we have to look them up because they're everywhere. This is a small amount of people, and the people that need to know have access to the information anyway.
I'll tell you something. If the Trump administration had stated that it's a redundant database and we already have it, you'd have a point. But you're admitting that at your whole hour of research, they never said that. You just feel like that's out there. They never said exactly what you're saying.
Period. They didn't say anything, period. These people wrote the articles without getting anything from them. I don't remember reading a quote that the Trump administration said this or that. These people saw something and they fucking put it in an article, and that was the end of it because all they care about is making Trump look bad.
You know something?
They didn't try to weigh benefits and, cons.
Well, when you're talking about getting rid of a database that keeps track of corruption, and all of the things in this country we can do to save money, like you're at that. You sure we're not paying too much money for maybe a latch on an F-22 or something? Like you're this is where you start at.
Okay.
Keeping a database.
What if we had a database to keep track of bad police dogs?
I'm okay with that.
And they got rid of it. Would you be upset?
I don't.
Because I bet you there's probably more police dogs out there than fucking federal police officers.
The point I'm trying to make is this. When we're talking about getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse, this has got to be 10,000 on the list of what's most important and what's most wasteful. You're doing this in the first month. When I just mentioned all of the waste and corruption and stuff like that in military contracts and stuff like that, where there's real money at that. You're all the way down to this?
Bro, I wouldn't be surprised if that database altogether had a list of like 10 people in it. Maybe 100 at the most. I doubt it really had anything in it that was worth of value, because you're talking about such a small, this is the problem with the left. You guys are just so bad at math. It's like the same thing with DEI. DEI is not just about hiring unqualified people. You're telling a lot of qualified people that you're not hiring them. So that's why you have shortage in the FAA and shortages in medicine and shortages all over the place, because you're not letting 60% of the people go to school or train for it. And even if they're trained, they're getting this message that you're not their hiring priority. So why would they even apply? Even if you're
I haven't until I see the,
because they think they're only going to hire DEI.
Until I see the data, that's hogwash to me. I got to move it on MAGA Reacts as always.
Because DEI is only 1% if we're doing, it's 13%. Affirmative action was 13%, because that has to do at least with race, and 13% of the country.
That ain't what I'm at. I want to see the lack of merit. I want to see the lack of merit.
They're rejecting 99%.
I want to see the lack of merit. I want to see data that show that so many people that do not have the merit are getting jobs. I'm not seeing that.
That's not my argument.
That's their argument. That's the argument against DEI, is people that are getting jobs that do not have the merit. I don't see that.
I mean, that could be part of it, but it's also a lot of people with merit not even applying for the jobs because they don't think they're going to get the job.
That could be part of it.
I mean, I know a lot of, what's his name? There's people that talk, I hate giving examples.
I want to see the data. I don't want to hear all that.
Firefighters.
I'm telling you, if Trump is saying that people, because of DEI, are getting jobs that do not have the merit for those jobs, I want to see the data. They're not presenting that.
I understand, but I'm saying also the opposite is true. A lot of people with merit are not even applying for the jobs because they don't think they're going to get hired.
All right, but I can't control how you think. This ain't Minority Report. I got to move it on, man.
Well,
real quick.
Putting out, so that you can, by stop putting out that message, just say you're going to hire everybody, and that's it, and you won't have a shortage because you're hiring everybody.
All right. Appreciate you coming through. And I will say this in regards to what he said. You need to put out that message that you're hiring everybody. I don't know any job that is openly said we're not hiring black people or white people or black people or gay people. So when he says you need to stop putting it, I don't know any. I mean, I would, once again, when I say data, I'd like to hear from him or somebody else what companies or businesses that are well, if you're white, you can't work here. I haven't heard that. Now, if a business says we do want to make sure we have a 10%, 20%, 30% diverse amount of diversity in the workforce, that doesn't mean if you're white you don't apply there. So I don't know what he means by that. Anyway, looking in the comments, you say I'm only hiring DEI or DEI is a priority. What does that equal? Well, if somebody says I'm only hiring DEI, that means diversity. That means that white people are part of being diverse as well. White people, the only reason DEI was created is because they were only hiring white people. So I don't think there's anywhere you're going to go that features DEI hires and there's nobody white working there. So if you're not applying for the gig, then that's on you. You show me a company that's DEI and ain't nobody white at all working there. I don't know any company like that. This guy will be one of the millions watching the nightly news with lotion and issue. Sean. Damn, Sean, this is in regards to my last caller. He says this will be one of millions watching the nightly news with lotion and tissues. Also, who is he fluffing right now with all the heavy breathing? Sean, god damn. That's a mouthful. I'm gonna leave that alone. Will G says Trump is already acting tyrannical. Did you see the spat Trump had with the governor of Maine? Trump ain't shit. Yes, I did see that spat. And damn it, I almost yelled at the television. I mean, look, if Trump leads the federal government, there's no denying that he's the head of the federal government. And federal laws trump state laws. But the way he literally talked to that governor of Maine like she was a piece of shit. I would definitely have said, like, who the fuck are you? Dude, I'm out of here. I would have said something. I would have been all over the news. This is where you need, what is the bad blonde beach, what is it? Bad built bleach blonde. What is that woman's name? Crockett or whatever? You need somebody like that. You need, I mean, the way he talked to her, I mean, not only did he talk to her like shit, he actually called her out. Like, are you in here? She said, yeah, I'm over here, and he just proceeded to tear her a new one. I would have said something back to him. I don't care at that point. Fuck it. If my constituents believe that I should allow the president to talk to me like that, otherwise they're going to vote me out, then damn it, this is my last fucking term. I would have said something back to him, and it would not have been, it would have probably violated some of the FCC violations against profanity. Fuck you! Like, I got mad when I saw it, and I love hearing Trump and hearing politics, but that was bad. Like, yeah, Jasmine Crockett is who I'm talking about. Thank you for that comment, but like, and then he finished it off by saying something like, you need to, you know, good luck on your short political career. I mean, just trash that lady. Just trash her. I would have said something. I'm just going to tell you. I don't know if I would have got locked up, whatever, but I would have said something to him. Like, that was bad. That was bad how he talked to her. Now, it's one thing if you're talking to some federal employee or some, you know, Secret Service person or something like that, but she essentially is a smaller version of him. He's the leader of this country. She is the leader of that state. Each one of our governors are essentially a president of their own little country themselves. We are essentially 50 countries on one landmass agreeing to work with each other. Each one of our states is a nation in itself. So as a governor of a state, how do you let somebody talk to you like that and call yourself the leader of all of us in Maine? This is why you have folks that go to their grave standing up for their shit, like Saddam Hussein. He didn't let America, like, fuck it, you're going to come kill me. Now, we did come and kill him, but like, I'm going to hold my ground. You cannot let your people that you call yourself a leader of see you get trashed like that. I guarantee you, Trump would not let somebody speak to him like that. I guarantee you. You see how he acted at the Obama's correspondence dinner? And that was just a joke. Trump was serious. There's no way in hell she should have took that off of that dude. I would have been calling him everything but a president. That was disrespectful. Even if you favor what Trump is saying that they need to do, there's a way to talk to people. You don't, I mean, this person is a sitting governor. You don't let somebody talk to you like, she should have said something. I mean, there's a way to talk back to somebody and let them know you ain't having that. He obviously don't give a damn about her anyway. So no matter what she said about him, said back to him, wasn't going to matter. He don't give a shit about her anyway. Now's your time to act. Looking in the comments, I can't believe you look weak. If I saw her at a town hall meeting, I would say that. Like, you look weak in that case. I'm not going to say the guy's a sexist and he attacks women, because he would have did it to a man probably too, but you can't let somebody talk to you like that and then go home and call yourself the governor of a whole state when he did you like that on national TV. After my ass off, pull up a picture of the governor. What about her? She's a female. Does her mouth not work? I mean, it doesn't matter what her picture look like. You don't let somebody talk to you like that. If you're the leader of hundreds of, I don't know how many people are in Maine. It's a smaller state, but you got hundreds of thousands of people that you're in charge of. You don't let them see you get trashed like that. It would be different if he did it in a closed session meeting or something like that. You can't let him talk to you like that on national TV. I mean, that looked horrible. Tarshawn Whitehead, in regards to my last caller, said, what the hell is he talking about? Says he has no clue what he's talking about. Talking about MAGA reacts in our last conversation. Let me go back to the box. Can I get you guys to tap the screen? Smash that like button if you're on YouTube, by the way. For my YouTube viewers, helps out the program as well. Tap the like button, get the likes up. I don't ask for that as much on YouTube. I don't know if you can even do that on Instagram, but for my Instagram viewers, I will go to Sherbert in the comments, or better yet, in the box. Good evening, Sherbert. Welcome to the program. I forgot Andy. Sure, if it comes up, don't know if it's going to do that. Sometimes Instagram can be okay. Sherbert, good evening.
How's it going, Tim?
It's going good. I missed you the other day, but he's now getting rid of a database that would track bad officers. Now, my last viewer did rightfully point out it's federal cops, but as I countered by saying, if you fucked up in the federal government and you wanted to go work for a local city, a city beat or a city police office, police department, they now have no record of the fuck up.
I mean, this is real easy and clear to show all of these MAGA people are short-sighted. Well, it doesn't affect me. This isn't a public database, but this is the FBI. These are the people we want to know when they fuck up.
That's my sentiment. That's my sentiment.
DEI is a problem. DEI is a problem. But let's, let all these people that, fuck up, let's not even worry about that. Let's not have numbers. What the fuck is happening?
Why do you think he would do that?
I mean, he got rid of his fraud police. He's getting rid of all the people that actually, push back. He learned from his first term. And, remember when people wouldn't execute his orders?
Yeah, well, yeah.
And he's getting rid of all those people that could do that.
So you're saying he's going for loyalists?
I mean, it's pretty clear.
Yeah, I think it's hard to deny that at this point, that he's going for folks that are going to put up the least amount of resistance, as you're stating.
So, I mean, MAGA's going by feelings. Everyone else is going by actual numbers and facts and what these programs do.
Well, what about what my last caller said, that he may have done it because the department was a waste of money?
What the fuck does he know? So the anti-fraud police, they saved $200 billion or $21 billion, whatever. They saved people billions of dollars from fraudulent banks and companies. Yeah. So we're just saying, we'll just let people get fucked. Okay, that makes sense. They're so short-sighted. And you've seen this for a while. They're just tribalistic and short-sighted. You ask for facts, and they've got nothing. Every single time. It always comes down to feelings.
Well, they say that about the liberals, though. That's what they say about the liberals. Is the liberals do it all on their feelings.
That's nice. There are some loud liberals. There's some really annoying people on my side, too.
Right.
I like to think of, Texas isn't a good example with Greg Abbott and Ted Cruz, but I like to think of these other places where they just have quiet people that vote and shut the fuck up. And there's a lot of those people on the Democratic side, and there's a lot of people on the Republican side. And there's some really loud, annoying people on, like, MTG on the Republican side. But cool, we don't listen to them.
Yeah.
Stop lumping everything when we can see that these people literally vote in lockstep with Trump and don't ever give a good reason. It's always propaganda. And I understand there's propaganda on my side. Yeah. I'm not looking past that, but they usually come with numbers and actual facts versus how many people were over 200 years old when that was the Social Security list from when it started and when we didn't have records of when they died. They don't pay out everybody. They usually cut people off, and you have to ask to be put back on. They're just talking nonsense.
How do you get to that point where if I say it, therefore it must be true, and I don't have to show you anything to prove it? How do you get to that point?
Alternative facts. Do you remember that with the first?
That was Kellyanne Conway.
That hasn't changed. They have their alternative facts. It doesn't matter what the truth is anymore. And for me, the truth actually matters. DEI doesn't mean, like, fucking MAGA reacts saying, they won't apply. It means we're going to look at everyone, not just one list, not just the people of color or whatever. We look at everyone and we don't exclude them.
Yeah, the DEI thing to me, like I said, I believe it's solely, people are tired of having to compete with all these new folks that they didn't normally used to have to compete with. Because like I said, if it was all about the lacking of merit, there would be all, just like anytime an immigrant harms an American or an illegal immigrant does something wrong, you see it all over Fox News, you see it all over the right-wing media. If a transgender were to go in the wrong bathroom and abuse a child, they would put that on there too, but they don't have enough cases to show you. Same thing with the merit. If you had people getting hired solely based on DEI and they committed some kind of catastrophe, and they would post that everywhere. There's not any cases of that happening, so it's essentially they're kind of making it up.
We have the numbers on all of those things you just brought up. They don't bring it up because the numbers are not very big.
Yeah.
When you talk about a handful of cases compared to the stacks of bullshit they have, it doesn't matter. So they don't bring it up. They just use culture war.
And then how the hell is it so effective though?
Oh, it works. People in their bubbles, people in the middle of nowhere, farmers that believe Trump wouldn't fuck them over, and now people are going to lose their farms, their lives, and the economy.
Well, I don't.
But they believed that he was going to win. We're going to get so tired of winning as you fucking lose your oxygen and your insulin and everything else.
But he is. Right now, he is winning. He wins at everything he does. He's sticking it to the liberals. Is he not winning?
Do you remember the Moonies, how they drank the Kool-Aid? I think it was the Moonies.
You're talking about it.
They drank the Kool-Aid.
I know the story.
That time.
I know the story of
we
drinking.
all know the story, Tim. And they all drank that Kool-Aid with a smile on their motherfucking faces.
Damn. So you're telling...
I'm just sitting back watching them and just going, hey, you know that's wrong, right? And they go, it's Kool-Aid.
You make it almost sound like MAGA's uneducated, man.
Well, some of them are, but if you're not going to choose to think critically and you're going to be selfish, it doesn't matter. You can be as educated as you want. Matt Gaetz was in the JAG Corps, I believe, and he still chose to do something illegal and jump around all these stupid loopholes and get Kevin McCarthy kicked out because they were going to look into him. It doesn't matter how educated you are.
So
you have to think critically.
Now, I've had a person in my comment section several days say this on several different shows. This person is adamant that Trump will not finish his complete term. Do you see any possibility of that?
I mean, there's a couple of varieties. He could have a heart attack. He's not a very young man. He doesn't eat very well. I'm surprised not to hear the report from his doctor yet to say he's the healthiest man alive.
Yeah, I'm surprised, but because anybody been pushing for it. If people started asking for his medical, that's what would come out. Because it probably might be in Trump's handwriting, though.
Very fair.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. If they don't want to think about it, then nothing really matters. They want to focus on culture wars, and that just doesn't make sense to me. Why hate your neighbor? That's not Christian. That's not what God ever taught or Jesus ever taught.
Yeah.
And yet, they're going to be hypocritical.
Wow.
Call yourself a Christian, then. I'm going to start fighting back on that.
Did you before
follow what they teach if you're going to say you live by the Bible?
I don't think America's ever been a true Christian country. I said it on many of my lives. I mean, when you look at how we were founded.
They call themselves Christians, and I'm going to start calling them out for their behaviors.
I don't think they would care. I mean, you can do it. I get it, but I don't think they would care.
I'm going to hold up the mirror at least, and if they get uncomfortable, fuck them. I'm not saying anything untrue. If they want to go by the Bible, I'll learn. I know a little bit, but if they want to start really pulling that shit out, it's real clear they're not following their own words.
And
hold me to a standard as a liberal. You don't know what you're talking about, and then they don't do any of the shit they're talking about. Get fucked. The mirror goes both ways.
I'm not arguing with that, but like I said, that to me, America was not really operating based on Christianity alone. Probably well before Trump was even born. We've always taught Christianity and did exactly the opposite, in my opinion.
Yeah, slavery is a good way to.
I mean, you talk about slavery. You can talk about the way we treat women, the way we treat the natives, the way we treat. We've been bad towards every group of immigrants that come here. I mean, I don't see the Christianity in it at all.
I know you gotta go, so what's the most recent topic you would want to talk about? that is going on right now instead of overall slavery and racism?
Well, the firings, because that's going to, I mean, we're talking about somebody, we're talking about an administration that's probably created less jobs in its first 100 days than any president in history. So
the training of all these new people and all the information that's going to get lost. I remember talking to my boss, I work in a pretty small business, and he said he loses $3 to $5 grand every time he hires a new person.
Wow.
Just in accidents with training time, paying multiple people to be there and do everything. So every single person that's getting fired, when these things come back and they decide they actually need it, they're coming back at a higher price. Yeah. And all the training to get it done right, and all the mistakes that are going to happen.
Well, that could be the next campaign slogan for whoever runs against Trump. Vote for me, America's hiring. I gotta move it on, man. But America's hiring 2028. Appreciate it.
I like it.
All right, good talk. All right, moving on with the program. Go ahead and drop it. He will do that, and we'll continue on. Resign, says Nakia Scott. 100% Sherbert says, Mike, good evening, Mike. Welcome to the program, by the way. This is Trump Nation, says David. There's a certain amount of validity to that. It certainly feels like Trump Nation. I think Trump himself probably agrees with you. He does have a significant amount of control. So when you say this is Trump's nation, I'm not going to counter that. I'm actually looking for my damn counter remote, which is why you see me shifting around. I don't know where the hell it happens. Fell down somewhere. Anyway, we'll try to continue the program, and maybe I'll spot it while we're going. But yeah, I believe that we are certainly dealing with America's most powerful president in our lifetime. And I say that regardless of how old you are. Whether you were born 10 years ago or whether you were born 100 years ago. Right now, we are dealing with the most powerful U.S. president probably ever. I can't think of any. In fact, I always bring up one of the books I like that I'm reading, almost done with. This is Confronting the Presidents by Bill O'Reilly. I like the book. It covers all 46 up to Trump's reelection. And he says that too, and I agree with him, that Trump is the most powerful. And he's a friend of Trump, I get it, but I think there's enough data to show that Trump probably has more power in the White House as commander-in-chief than anybody else we've ever had. They're really, because he is essentially forming a government on loyalty. No other president really did that. So, to the level of him, at least, to the level of him. So, I definitely believe he is indeed the most powerful president we've ever had, because who's going to challenge him? Everybody's scared to go up against him. You're not going to get much pushback from the Republicans in Congress and Senate, and they're the ones that are, tasked with doing the job. The Democrats don't have enough power. And if the people that do have power are all afraid to speak up, then he can kind of do whatever he wants with impunity. Because some of his executive orders are clearly unconstitutional. The courts are constantly ruling, you can't do this, you can't do that. And Congress ain't saying shit about it. You think that some of those Congress people, some of our senators in Congress don't realize, no, you can't do that. But they can't speak up because they don't want to lose their job. So he is the most powerful president, in my opinion. Sean B says, PSA, download your AMZ books by February 26. Use software to remove DRM. Bezos says, after that, you don't own shit. Download option will be removed. So you're saying Amazon books. So if you got books you've purchased, I guess Kindle or whatever, I always buy physical books. I don't really buy a lot of books like that. And I've been thinking about doing that because once you're done with them, you really don't have any use for them. So I've been thinking about downloading books digitally. But what you're saying is that you need to download your books you own from Amazon by February 26th. What is that, 4 days? Use software to remove DRM. I don't know what that is. Jeff Bezos, obviously the owner of Amazon, he's saying that after that, you don't own shit. Download option will be removed. Wow. I know people that do download. I have to pass that on. I did not know that. I had not heard that. I'll pass that information on. Will G makes a great point. I said this before, but But I'll read Will G's comment. It says, you can imagine if Biden or Obama did anything like that to Oklahoma for the Bibles and 10 Commandments. I'll tell you this, I don't believe, by the way, yes or no in the comments. I'm curious. I think I know how this should go, but I want you to type yes or no before I take my next caller when I ask you this question. Kamala Harris gets elected and she's doing the same amount of firing as President Trump. You think we would be celebrating if Kamala Harris was firing all these people, all of these Americans? These are red-blooded Americans getting fired. Do you think we will be celebrating? Yes or no in the comments. All right, going to the box, Kamala Harris is in there. She's firing all these Americans. And let's say she got another South African that happens to be black doing the firing like Elon Musk is, because he is officially a South African. Real quick before I go to the next caller. FDR is the most powerful. He is the reason why we have Social Security net. Trump is the only trying very hard to take it apart. I don't know. You seen Franklin Delano Roosevelt? I don't know. I don't know if I see. I mean, what he did is great. I don't know. I think Trump is more powerful than FDR. You have to give me a stronger case than that. I don't know if I'll go with it. Andy, good evening. Welcome to the program. Have they said anything about the unemployment? No, they don't care about that. Andy, good evening.
Well, hello, Sam.
Hey, most powerful president in our lifetime. What say you?
FDR.
So you do agree with Will then? Second?
He gave social programs. He took this country from nothing because this country had lost everything. You know, after the and the Smoot-Hawley Act and all that. You know, that nonsense we're repeating.
Yeah, but hold on. When I say power, when I say you got, to me it sounds like you guys are touting something that's success. When I say powerful, I mean you can do whatever the hell you want. You're talking about maybe he one of the greatest. Maybe he's done something that's been most beneficial. But I'm talking about just simply, I can do whatever I want.
Trump doesn't get to do whatever he wants. Look at the Supreme Court. They've already ruled against his ass. You cannot fire the Inspector General, as they said. No. Okay. And that's just one of the many cases winding through the courts against him. And yeah, he could sign paperwork saying he don't have to obey the courts, but it won't be long before the army either rises up against that or we the people do. It don't matter.
What about second most powerful?
I don't know.
Okay,
but let's be honest. I've got my head full of the information, the homework I did that your guest, not the one that was reasonable, but the one.
You're talking about MAGA reacts, yeah.
There's no record anywhere of how much money they're saving. There is not a repeat for the federal. There's there's ALEA, that's the Alabama Law Enforcement Association, and then there's one for every state. And by the way, those officers are in all 50 states across the country. They're not all in one big building. They don't all know each other. They're not all buddy. Some of these people will never meet each other in the entire course of their damn service.
Yeah, when you're talking...
The government was the only one that didn't have that, so it's not redundant. They didn't have one at all.
Yeah.
And my thought on it is Trump doesn't want to punish dirty cops.
Yeah.
Because, it's not that it's redundant. There's no amount of money saved on it. We don't have a number. I look. There's
he's saying that they all work for Homeland Security.
Yeah. Which is very busy with all the other things they oversee because that was the bad idea.
Yeah. I think it is kind of similar.
The government 5 times larger than any president. That would be the most powerful.
Did he not say something similar to, I'm paraphrasing because I don't know the actual quote, but something like, if you break the law on behalf of the government, it's not breaking the law?
If you break the law and making America better.
I know it's some kind of quote
on
like
behalf
that.
Of the government. If you're making America better, basically is what he said. Yeah.
And I see Joshua Flora. I see you in the comments. Says, this show sucks. Appreciate your input, Joshua. Hey, I can't win them all, but thank you for the input. So, but yeah, it almost sounds like, in other words, if you do my bidding, therefore you can't break the law. If you're doing it on behalf of me, it's not a crime.
I don't know if he thinks... I don't know about that. I just think that he doesn't care if they get investigated on their background. Because like I said, there's no money tied to that. And no money, regardless, if you got FBI agents in every state, that's 50 states, and they're searching out things like missing children, or or the DEA, and they screw up and unalive some people. You want to know.
Right. I don't.
There's no amount of money save of human life that's good. And I will say this about your guest before that. DEI does not mean they have to hire anybody. It just means they get a tax break if they look at a whole bunch of people.
Yeah. Well, in regards to
DEI program is child care. I mean, that's what, like...
Yeah, in regards to DEI, I'm 100% certain that what they're saying is not the actual truth, which is DEI is bad because people that lack merit are getting jobs. It ain't got nothing to do with merit. I mean, and like I said, if merit was the issue, they would be presenting all kinds of cases of people who got jobs that didn't have merit. They're using an excuse that has nothing to do with the truth as to why they don't like DEI. Just come out and say you don't like people pushing diversity.
Well, they need to look like they're doing something because they're not. And how much did Trump spend just last week? There was $20 million on the Super Bowl. There was $5 million at the race. There was, I think they said $10 million, including all those golf courses, and that's just so far. At this rate, how are they going to get the American people any money? Trump's going to have to spend it before it gets out of the house.
They could get a $5,000 now, can't they?
No, they don't have money for that. One of the programs, like there's somebody that went through and looked at all the programs. He didn't cancel that many. One of them was for $8 million, not $8 billion.
I heard that one. I did hear that.
There were several that were canceled long before and just now got caught up in the system. So he took credit for it, but had been canceled under Biden.
But why do you think this hasn't been challenged that much? I mean, on the right, if Elon says I saved $50 billion, stopping this program or that program, why do folks just accept that as true? I mean, they're not asking a lot of questions.
Because they know that things going on are deeply unpopular. They need to be right. Like, you were wrong about how people were going to respond to some of these layoffs. Alabama's hospital went ahead and made that first cut. Ooh, people are mad.
Really?
And people were writing in AL.com, they were like, so you're going to take that $5,000 check? He goes, you really think that's going to be okay since you just sold out the state's hospital? Where are you going to get a job? Where are you going to eat? People are mad.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I told them I'm happy they're getting what they deserve, is what I told them.
Well, and I've seen that all over social media. People are happy that, what they said, fuck around and find out, or no sympathy. I mean, people are cynical. You got one of the biggest ones is the Venezuelan lady that is on stage talking about I love Trump, and he's behind her, and she's waving her hands. And then you see her later talking about they used us, and they said they were only going to go after undocumented people, and everybody is using her as an example because she kind of does fit the bill.
Well, I mean, like I said, Alabamians are finding out. It's going to hit us on 3 different levels. Headline reads, the state that voted for Trump the most going to feel the cuts the worst. And I was like, yep, you get what you voted for.
Well,
I need to run. The husband's coming in. I need to go. Can you drop me real quick?
Appreciate it. Anytime, Andy. Thank you. Come on back anytime. All right, moving on to the program. FDR is the most powerful. He is the reason why we have Social Security safety net. Trump is only trying very hard to take it apart. And I think Trump may be successful at doing that, at least to some degree. FDR had 4 terms. That is true. But did anybody else have at least 3? I know George Washington didn't want it. They wanted him to be king. All right. I'll concede the argument on FDR. I had a little pushback, but in my opinion, I don't think it was. This is where you and I may disagree, Will. I don't think that FDR was the most powerful. I think he was the most successful. I think you're pointing out successes. You can be powerful and a failure. Adolf of Germany is a perfect example. He was powerful. He wasn't successful, though. He didn't do anything really great for Germany, but he was probably one of the most powerful leaders they've ever had. So I think what you're pointing out, in my opinion, are successes as opposed to being powerful. That's why I think Trump is more powerful than FDR. But we can disagree. I'll leave it at that. Looking in the comments, I ain't woke, I'm broke. I don't, some of these terms, I don't know what to do with them. I don't know what woke really means. I just don't. Other than, if you speak out favorably of marginalized groups, people of color, women, LGBT, some kind of way that makes you woke. But if you speak out in favor of marginalized white people, you're not. Because there are people that believe whites are being mistreated too. They don't get the woke title. So I don't really know what the definition of woke is. It sounds like a term made up to promote division to me. It's the same thing with DEI. They say DEI stands for didn't earn it. But once again, I'll point out, there are white people that get hired for jobs that they didn't earn either. They don't get called DEI. So it almost sounds like it's a us versus them term. It doesn't matter what color you are, or what race you are, or what gender you are. You can get hired for a job that you don't earn. Most of America's history has been that way. Whether you came from a certain family, you're a Nepo baby, or a lot of folks have gotten jobs. Remember the actress Felicity Huffman was trying to get her daughter into a school? That's kind of the way the Ivy League got started. People didn't earn their way in. They got gigs because they got entry into those schools because of who their parents were. That's DEI, is it not? Is that not lacking merit? You're getting in because your dad donated enough money for us to create a library? That's America was founded on DEI. I just think that it did make, I say this every life, I think that DEI, nobody gave a damn about DEI until it started working for the wrong group of people. But most of America's history, you knew the next Supreme Court justice was going to be a white dude. You knew the next president was going to be a white dude. You knew the next general in the military, the next chief of police. You knew there's going to be a white dude. You think merit was the only reason? Nobody else can qualify for any of these jobs. Huh? It was just all based on merit. So I think we've always operated on DEI. People getting jobs that they didn't have the merit for. It just became an issue when the wrong people started benefiting from it. Looking in the comments, though, we deserve equal opportunity and rights, says Naki Scott. Everybody does. Everybody does. But we've never been that way in America. We've never functioned on everybody getting equal opportunity. It's never been that way. And people did not get upset about the inequality until the wrong people started benefiting from it. PH. No one is safe with a king. Not even MAGA. Just give it time, says PH. Wow. That's powerful. No one is safe with a king. Well, right now we don't have one of those. Hopefully. But this is what President Trump himself took to social media and tweeted out a picture of him as a king. And the caption even says, "Long live the king." Now, some folks say he was just trolling, but he himself did send that out. So can't complain about somebody calling you a king if you actually online telling people you a king. Real Elephant. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Real Elephant. Thank you to the people who helped me too. I don't get what you're saying there, but Real Elephant hopefully brings them up. Get the box of chance here. As the president, he should not say that. Now, I agree, but this came from his account on whitehouse.gov site. He tweeted out, he got on whitehouse.gov and actually posted a picture of him wearing a king, around a crown, with the caption, "Long live the king." That came out of the White House's account. So say what you may about that. Now remember, I believe all the stuff coming from the White House is supposed to be the people's, this is all product of the people. So this is supposed to go down in history, I guess. All of his tweets, all of that stuff, when his presidential library is created, all of this stuff, all of the correspondence coming from Trump while he's president, that all should be there. All of this stuff is supposed to be a matter of public record. So this will be too. So in the future, when people are trying to defend Trump and say he never was trying to be a king back in them days, folks are going to present this because it did come from him. He sent this. I don't know if 50 years from now, some kid's going to tell another kid writing the book report, he was just trolling back then. He was just telling a joke. You're taking him out of context. All right, looking in the comments real quick before we continue on. Did you see Bill O'Reilly's not woke merchandise? He can stay asleep. Yes, I would not buy that. Yeah, it does say he got mugs and things like that. I don't buy any Bill's merch other than the books. I think the books are interesting, but no, I don't buy the not woke merchandise and take your country back and all that stuff. Bill O'Reilly's, he leans right. Nothing wrong with that. I'm fine with the folks, and I'll go to the bots. I'm fine with the folks who lean right. I just have a problem when you start, what I want to say. Leaning right is one thing if you got principles, small government, pro-police, pro-military, pro-Christianity, pro-life. I'm fine with that. But if you start getting rid of your principles for a person is when that's what caused me to lose interest in Fox News, is when I saw them following Trump, even when he was doing things that were clearly their principles. Like, you're no longer fighting for conservative principles. You're just riding with him. Whatever he's saying, you're good with it. If he completely changes his mind tomorrow, you're going to go over there with him there too. Then you're just riding with him. They're no longer standing on principles. That's when I start kind of losing interest in them. I'm going to be accused of fluffing here, but I bring him up. He always chastises me pretty good. King Finn, America needs Marxism and Leninism, says Golden Game Eagle. Really? Why you say that? What am I getting wrong today? What am I doing wrong?
You know what? I'm not even on here to tell you you're wrong right now.
Thank you.
I'm waiting for my boy Mike to hit me up with a message. But I am going to tell you, yeah, you wrong. You are.
What did I do this time?
You letting these motherfuckers like MAGA Reacts come on here and talk that bullshit. You know damn well ain't no reason for him to do nothing like he doing right now. Getting rid of that department that's supposed to be supposedly only for the FBI, and that's gonna fuck up a whole bunch of shit. How many cops from the FBI went from the FBI to a different department and then went to a local or city?
He said very few.
Very few. Did he have a number?
No.
Because that's what I was waiting for.
No.
The whole time he was saying that shit, all I heard was "I think."
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but I know it can't be that many. See, because that's all MAGA do. Just like you just said, 74 million of them is doing exactly what you just said. Turning a blind eye to whatever you say, and they say, I'm going to ride with him, whatever he say. I don't care what he say. Whatever Trump say, I'm going to ride with him. I'm going to ride with him. I'm going to ride with him. Because that's how he got the 74 million votes. He ain't doing shit.
Bro,
what's
he doing? They do like the sticking it. You know, I'll say he's getting credit for reducing waste, fraud, and abuse. But I'm like you, until I see the receipts, the jury's still out on that. But if there is one thing, hold on, if there is one thing that Trump really is doing that I will give him credit for, which is why MAGA is celebrating, it's sticking it to the libs, making life difficult for the.
Beyond all of that bullshit. Okay,
that ain't bullshit to them. That ain't bullshit to them.
He's sticking it to the libtards so hard. Oh my God, we're in so much pain. Beyond all of that, what are the numbers? Where is the successes? Where is the number of money that he is saving us? Where is the amount, the clear-cut amount that he is saving us? Because before you tell me you can win, the score got to be settled, right? Before the election is over, there has to be a certain number of electors that voted one way and a certain other number of electors that voted another. Before a basketball game ends, the score got to read 110 to 111, right?
Yeah.
So where is the number? What is the amount of money that we are saving by him firing hundreds of thousands of people? How many planes are we saving by firing one person that's supposed to be in the tower and leaving two? Or firing two people that's supposed to be in the tower at the FCC or FAA and leaving one?
Well, the answer is simple. He's only been in office 4 or 5 weeks or whatever the case it may be. They're going to say, you got to give the man a chance. You're rushing it.
Okay, well, I don't think those people who lost their lives in that plane are rushing it.
I
think they wanted to live, didn't they?
Are you blaming that on Trump?
Hell yeah, I am. You're fucking right, I am. So I'm blaming that shit, just like the millions of people who died from COVID. I'm blaming that shit on his hands, too. The motherfucker got blood on his hands.
You're blaming
He is the next new little schmatzy.
You're blaming. Wait.
Just like his own. Man, you. Go
Go ahead. I know you got to fluff a little bit. Go ahead. Go ahead and charge it up, Mike. Go ahead, because I know you ready to charge me up.
You blaming the plane crashes on Trump?
Yes. Yes. Who else is in charge? Where does the buck stop?
How about the helicopter pilot?
Does the buck stop? Does the buck stop with the president, or does the buck stop with the motherfucker flying the plane? Because the president's the motherfucker told, oh, we don't need all these people. We need to cut these jobs. We need to save this money. So how much money are you saving now? Because you just lost lives.
You really, that's strong. Let me see, by way of yes or no, hold on. By way of yes or no in the comments, how many folks agree with my caller that Trump is responsible, at least in part, for what happened in D.C. where that plane went into the Potomac? Mid-air crash with the Black Hawk helicopter. How many folks, wow, by way of yes or no in the comments, somebody type yes or no. Damn, really? No, man.
Where's the no at? Where's the no? Come on, I want to see the one no. Because I know MAGA reacts is going to be the one no.
I got a lot of them. Well, let me say this.
There's two. I'm looking 3, no 2.
Well, hold on. You're on TikTok. My YouTube audience is far more MAGA and lean right. I got a lot of no's on YouTube. A lot of no's on YouTube.
They in their feelings. I'm in my feelings now. I don't care about their feelings. Fuck their feelings.
How about this comment then? How about this? Walter Greenwood says not one single person in lived-in airline safety was fired.
Okay, that's funny. That's real weird because, I mean, I could have swore. Didn't we have the problem where the FCC person, the air traffic controller had to stop and switch over?
Yeah, but you blaming the man for deaths already? No.
Did we have that problem before? I mean, because before, it at least takes, and this is something I know as a dispatcher,
JP,
logistics coordinator myself, at a smaller company, there takes at least 4 people to be able to dispatch my fleet. Okay? I'm not even talking about helicopters.
You sure?
I'm talking about trucks and vans. I got 4 people, 3 other people behind me that help to dispatch my fleet. Okay?
You sure you just don't have a deep-rooted hatred for Trump? Creed in the comments. Creed is saying this guy on the phone has too much hate in his heart.
You right, I do. I hate stupid shit. I hate stupid people. I hate liars. I hate people who fuck up shit regardless. And I really, you know what I really hate? Motherfuckers who do shit to spite people.
Ooh.
When you are fucking up America for no reason, you don't have to be the president. Go sit your happy orange ass down some damn where. You a fucking, I believe like Ice Cube said, arrest the president. This motherfucker is Russian intelligence.
Oh,
you
that's...
think he is? This motherfucker is Russian intelligence. Putin is laughing at us. And you MAGA motherfuckers is just sitting here letting it happen.
I will say this, and I'm willing to defend Trump where I think he may deserve to be defended, but he is benefiting Russia significantly. I don't want to say he's Russian intelligence, but I'm sure Russian intelligence is pretty damn happy we got rid of Kamala Harris and Biden. I don't think that's up for debate. I mean, Russia is benefiting significantly.
Everybody happy because we got some idiot in office who don't know what the fuck he doing. You want to see DEI? The president is DEI. MAGA reacts. The president is DEI.
No.
Any other thing you need? Yeah, come on, Tim. You know damn well he DEI.
He is the wait. He is the definition of earning it. He went out, campaigned his ass off, talked to the American people. He got voted in.
Come on, dog. You know damn well that ain't real.
What do you mean it ain't real? What do you mean it ain't real?
He is DEI. He is DEI if I ain't never seen none.
I gotta disagree with you.
Flat out.
I gotta disagree. If there is a president that earned it, because you're saying that Trump did not earn it. If there's a president that ever earned it, I'm giving it to Trump. That man campaigned. That man did multiple cities in single days. Took questions, pressed hands, kissed. What they say, shaking hands and kissing babies. He earned it. Damn it, he earned it. You might not like him winning, but he earned it.
You got your fluffer hat on today, huh? I know. It's all right. I'm not gonna say I argue with you, man. I know you a fluffer.
No, he earned it.
We all know you fluffy.
Oh my God.
I don't think he earned shit. The only thing he did was earn a first class MAGA pass to let Elon fuck this country up, and then ain't nobody gonna say shit. You know what I'm saying? Like
you may say you may think he's not doing a good job while president. We can certainly talk about that, but he earned the spot. He did what was. I mean, when you compare how many interviews he did to Kamala Harris, how many rallies he held compared to Kamala Harris, how you gonna tell me he didn't earn it?
You sound like you know when you talk to somebody and they talk about record sales and we talk about artists and they talk about one person talks about record sales and the other person talks about the artistry of the actual artist. You sound like you bringing up record sales. That's what you're doing to me right now.
I'm bringing up what it takes to get elected. I'm bringing up what it takes to get elected.
I'm bringing up the fact that this motherfucker has no literal moral compass at all. And he is sitting in the highest office in the land about to destroy this country from top to bottom.
You know something, in regards...
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, fair enough. In regards to your suggestion that he has no moral compass and all of this stuff, even if what you're saying is true, and I'm not totally agreeing with you, I'm not totally disagreeing, because some of the things I think he's doing is cruel, but I'm still going to say he earned it, because most of the shit he's doing that you think where he doesn't have a moral compass, he told the people ahead of time, I'm going to do this shit, and they voted him in.
Yeah, you're right.
So he earned it.
What does that say about America?
That's more of a point to be had, is what does it say about America. But that man earned his seat.
I think we need to flip that seat, bro.
Well, okay, maybe, but that man got where he's at by putting in the work, staying up late nights, holding rallies, city to city. That man earned it.
Yeah, you're right. He did stay up long, late nights with Stormy.
Oh my God. You're just hating. Yeah. What is the opposite of fluffing? What is the opposite? What's the opposite of fluffing? Flatulence? You deflating? You just hating on the guy.
You the number one fluffer in chief, dog. Come on now. You are fluffing.
You don't have to like or dislike Trump to admit he did what it takes to get the gig. I'll tell you this, doesn't matter if you're liberal, independent, or Republican. If you do all the shit he did, you're probably going to win. I mean, he did what it took to get the job.
Yeah, he activated a whole bunch of racist people. He told a whole bunch of lies, sold people a whole bunch of bullshit that he's never going to be able to take care of. And he told, he kept the lie in place. As long as you tell other people that they are richer than the black man, then you'll be fine. So yeah, I guess he did do his job. He did enough of his job to fool him. He ain't fooled me.
All right, but he's in there due to his own work.
Shit. Yeah, okay.
He has merit.
You say so.
He has merit.
If you want to say so, I don't know. Nah, see, there you go. You go fluff it. He ain't got no fucking merit. Stop lying.
All right, look.
In order to have merit, you have to have some type of compass. He does not have one.
What if we had a re-election today? Him and Kamala Harris. Right now, who would win?
Personally, I think Kamala would win. Off the first 2 or 3 weeks, I really think Kamala would win because come on, dog. Leaving MAGA. The plane's falling. The eggs still ain't went down. Gas high as hell. I mean, come on, dog. He's bankrupted companies one after the other. Half the fucking federal workforce are losing their jobs. He got some South African motherfucker in there who don't know what the fuck he doing, and then he got fucking 25-year-olds in there who are looking at the most sensitive information in the country. Oh yeah, and then on top of that, he's a fucking Russian plant. Come on, man.
I think you just don't like Trump.
What else do you need to see?
I think MAGA, for the most part, are still fairly happy with Trump. So I don't know about that.
Yeah, MAGA's happy with it. MAGA's happy with a ball. MAGA would be happy with a balloon.
I gotta go. Oh my God.
You got to get back to fluffing, dog. I know. Go on, get back to fluffing, dog.
Get the fuck out of here. Look, the guy earned the job. The guy earned his job. That man earned it. Look, like I said, you may not like what he's doing, but he did what it took to win.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Let me hear you say. Let me hear you say. JD Vance 2028.
Shit, you mean JD the couch fucker? Cause wait, where is JD? Where's JD?
He's on deck.
I heard nothing from JD.
You don't need him when the guy up to bat is hitting so many home runs. He's just chilling in the dugout.
much, though.
I gotta go, King. All right, let me get back to fluffing. Appreciate you. Good talk. Always a pleasure. King Finn it is. All right, moving on with the show. Listen, I get criticized. That's kind of what it's all about. It's about free speech. As I always say, we go left with Bernie Sanders to having dinner with Q. Understand, folks. I believe in letting people speak. I get criticized from both sides of the aisle. He's obviously definitely not a Trump fan, and he believes I'm a fluffer. So think about that the next time you hear one of the MAGA viewers suggest that I'm a piece of shit and I'm a libtard. The liberals don't all like me either. Tap the screen, get the likes up to about 60,000. But I'm willing to take the sacrifice, take the bullet to the ear, Pennsylvania style, for your entertainment. So tap the screen, get the likes on up to about 60,000, smash that like button. Trump would be spitting on Biden's name if he was still president. And as you said the other day, Fox would be all over Biden. That's true. That is true. And I'll say, I asked my last caller, and I asked all of you folks, and I appreciate you that did respond, whether you thought Trump was responsible for the plane crashes, the incidents that happened all over the place. And Will rightfully pointed out that I said on the other show, if this was happening under Biden or Kamala at the firing all of those folks, they would be blaming her for it. Yeah, they would be. And Trump would be too. Even if he lost the presidency, he would be trolling his successor, which would be Kamala Harris, even though he's not even in the running anymore. Which is kind of one of the things I've been saying. Maybe you folks disagree. Let me know in the comments. Biden should talk. Biden should come out and say some shit. I mean, he ain't dead yet. He should release a statement on some of this stuff. I mean, Trump is still trashing him. You ain't got nothing to lose at this point. Nothing to lose. I mean, you can troll a little bit, have a little fun. Biden and Kamala Harris, in my opinion, speak up. Especially Kamala, if she ever wants anything to do with politics again. Like I said, Trump, if he had lost to Kamala Harris, not only would he well, first of all, he would say he won. I don't think he would have took the loss on the chin anyway. He would be saying she cheated. But also, he would be trolling her. He would be trolling her. So I think they should say something, especially Biden, because his legacy is trashed because of Trump. So maybe you guys have a different opinion. Looking in the comments, I'm white and black, and we are people. Some common sense and some slow. Okay, we can work with that. Do we know what happened with the helicopter? Julie Gordo. No, well, it appears, this is my analysis of it, from what I've seen so far, and there will be an NTSB, National Transportation Safety Board investigation that will come out probably at least a year or two from now. Those investigations take time. But my guess is it will indicate something to the effect that the helicopter pilot did not properly see the airplane coming. He was given a warning that there was a aircraft on final approach, and you were in his glide path or whatever the case may be. And the helicopter pilot responded over the radio that he had sight of the aircraft. And from what we've seen so far, it looks like he mistook the aircraft he was looking at as the one they were talking about, and that was not true. But the air traffic controller, once the helicopter pilot stated that he had visual of the aircraft, left it up to the helicopter pilot to maintain visual bearing of the aircraft and navigate accordingly. And the aircraft controller was out of it. Do you see him? Yeah, I see him. Okay, well, he's coming in for a landing. Make sure you stay clear of it. Okay, I got you. And then the ATC, the air traffic controller, goes on to doing something else, not knowing that this guy is not looking at who you told him to look at. I think that's how it's going to come out. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's going to be most of the report, is that he did not have sight of the impending doom coming his way. So we'll see what happens. But that's why some folks are blaming the crash on Trump, because they're suggesting that by getting rid of folks, there should be someone in radio contact with both of those aircraft the whole time, as opposed to leaving it up to them to maintain visual contact and all of that. And it's at night, by the way, too. So there's plenty of room for things to go wrong. So there would have been radio contact with the helicopter pilot, a different controller maintaining radio contact with the aircraft pilot, and then of course they're in the tower, so the two radio folks can maintain contact with each other as well. Not to mention a healthy dose of computing also does all of that. But they're understaffed. They're understaffed by a significant margin. So all of that contact was not there. And that's where some folks are saying that Trump is responsible for that. I don't know if, I'm not going to say he is, but I will say this. If a bunch of planes are involved in mishaps, some fatally, that's the industry you shouldn't be firing people in. If anything, you open up an investigation to determine, do we need more people? That should be the last industry you're firing people in. That's just my opinion. Anyway, looking in the comments, he's been campaigning since he was in office, and he's still only won by 1.9%. Yeah, because people don't favor a lot of things he's doing. But at the end of the day, he did win. A win's a win. A win is a win. Tim, cut the cap. What am I capping on, AJ? Where's the cap? Let me know where the cap is. Going back to the box, I like to know where am I capping at. Top Dog, good evening. Welcome to the program. Top Dog, good evening.
What's up, Tim?
Hanging around like Jesse Jackson at a clam meeting. You know what I always say. So, what do you think? We've kind of veered off on this whole aircraft venture. Do you blame Trump for these aircraft mishaps?
No, I don't blame him. He just a bad luck type person. He bring bad luck around. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's what's going on. No, I don't blame him for it. He just type person. He's just a bad luck person.
What are you basing that on?
Shit, just his aura. You know, the way he carries himself. Trump's not a good person in my book, Tim. You know that.
Okay, I'm not saying that he's a good person, but you're saying bad luck. I mean, look.
You ever know somebody like, every time they go to casino, they lose. Every time you bring this person with you to the casino and you lose, when you go by yourself, you know what I mean? You realize, like, yeah, this motherfucker right here, bad luck. Trump is something like that, real simple.
I don't know. J.D. Vance ain't losing.
Like you said, where's J.D. Vance at?
He in the cut, but he ain't losing.
Oh, he just sitting back riding the wave right now.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not, he's doing what every other vice president do, Tim.
Yeah.
They got on Kamala about, what did she do? What did she do? What laws did she do? What is J.D. Vance doing?
He ain't doing shit. That's the job of the VP, is just to be there as backup. And Trump has already made it clear J.D. Vance is not even a good successor.
Exactly. So, he's not. And I don't think he even plan on putting J.D. Vance next.
I don't believe so. I don't think so either. I think he said some shit like that in the first few days of being president. Like, I mean, they asked him, is J.D. Vance, your success? He said no. He didn't hesitate. Just straight no. Like, damn. I mean, I would assume J.D. Vance's wife and family is like, what the fuck are you doing? So that goes your hope for the future. But yeah, I don't think he plans on handing off the baton to J.D. Vance either after saying something like that.
Nah, that's why he said it. He don't even have him in mind. His mind Trump thinking about staying there his damn self. He don't think about getting out of office, Tim.
You think he's
look at that picture up there. What does that mean? Look at that picture. Look at it.
Hey, he had extra.
You know what he's saying? You know what he's saying?
He had extra crown in the closet. He's just trolling.
Yeah, he's kicking it off, Tim. This is their plan. I think they're gonna try to make a play for it anyway, Tim. That's what I believe.
You think they would be successful?
I don't know. My brothers say no. I say I don't know. I think they're gonna try to make a play for a third term, something like that. I can see it right now. I really can see it, Tim. And they got the House, the Senate, and Elon already told them that, if you go against it, I'll put $100 million against you. And that right there scared a lot of people.
Here's where I will push back. I don't believe that Trump's going to win in the midterms by any means at all. I mean, unless they can change something significant to prevent the midterms from being the way it's traditionally held. These people who are losing their jobs and stuff like that, that's going to culminate into bad. I mean, the president don't normally win in the midterms anyway, no matter who they are. But I do believe the midterms are going to be really bad for Trump. And not only that, because you're mentioning him trying to go for a third term, I would not be surprised at all if the Democrats end up in control of Congress and the Senate. They're going to impeach dude. I mean, I don't know what it'll be for, but a third impeachment is almost certain. They're going to impeach him because he's always pushing the rules, and they're going to find something he's done, and they're going to try to impeach him again.
Right, but we got 2 years right now to make something happen right now, though.
You ain't gonna make shit happen right now. He got way too much power.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So he can, if you want to put it in Congress, they can at least talk about it.
Hey, you can talk about it. You can talk about it. That's about it. So now, one of the things we talked about earlier is him getting rid of this police database. Have you heard about that?
Yeah, I seen that earlier, Tim.
What do you think?
You know, I mean, that's Trump doing what Trump do. You know, he's looking out for for his people that voted for him. You know,
how does his people benefit from that?
Oh, well, his people. Well, exactly. You know, the police officers. So anything they do, it's no database about it. It's pretty much no record of it. That's erasing records.
Yeah. So you believe he actually favors letting the police be corrupt?
You heard what he said when they walk and put him in the car. Why you got to be nice to him? Why you don't slap in the back of their head? There you go.
Yeah, you don't say a lot of shit in regards to stop and frisk. He's talking about giving them immunity. Yeah, I mean, he don't say a lot of things that are really borderline, not even borderline unconstitutional. Some of it is outright unconstitutional.
Yeah, because guess what? They not dealing with him. He never had to deal with him like that on that side of the law. You know, getting pulled over, getting harassed, or inside of a store, thinking somebody's profiling for stealing or something like that. So he never dealt with that. So he see the police department is perfect. He don't see no flaws in the police department.
He saw plenty of flaws on January 6th.
Well, you see, he let him go.
Yeah.
That's why he let him go. Exactly. He let him go.
So, is there anything you've been significantly concerned that you've seen out of him in the first 4 weeks or so?
Man, really not too much, Tim. I don't like the fact that, people losing their jobs.
Yeah.
But
what about the fact? What about the claim that he's saving the government and taxpayers a bunch of money by doing that?
I don't really care about that, Tim.
Really?
No, I don't care about that. That's just me, Tim. When our national debt is like 35 trillion, when I wake up in the morning, I don't think about that, Tim. I still got to get up, do what I do to pay my bills. So no matter what the national debt is, it's to me, it doesn't affect my life and my level.
What if it does? What if it ultimately does? What if he could save you 20-30% on taxes? You heard people were not paying taxes on tips and overtime. What if that actually started happening? Would you favor it then?
I mean, anytime that I can save money in my pocket, of course I would favor it, but I got to see it. You can't just tell me this with Trump. He can't just tell me this is going to happen. Now, he got to show me.
So you are essentially on the same side as MAGA. You just want to see proof is happening. If he can show you where firing a bunch of people is going to benefit you, because MAGA's on there. MAGA already is believing that the firings are going to benefit them. You would be with him. You just need to see proof of it.
No, I still can't say I'm with him, Tim. I just can't say people losing their jobs. I mean, even though it saved money for the country, I still don't see people losing their jobs. There's people losing their homes. Everything. So now, even though I know it might, even if it do save the country money, I don't like the fact people losing their jobs the way they lost them so fast.
Yeah.
It was just like you got an email and then it's over with.
But what if they do have a bullshit job, a job that is of no value to the American people, but it is a job that they're using to feed their family? You want them to be able to keep that job?
I mean, you have to show me a bullshit job. I don't know a bullshit job.
I mean, what is the effect of basket weaving on 2-year-olds? Something, I'm just making it up, but something that's...
Right. I mean, but like you said, but in certain things, yeah, we need to look at it. But certain things he cutting out, like he cut some things that funded cancer research and things like that. So he's not looking at it and going through it with a fine comb and seeing, okay, what we're going. He just slashing, And people saying, okay, why is Elon doing this? Why is Trump doing this for the money? Nah, he's not doing it for the money. They're not doing it because he's trying to enrich himself, or he already got $30 billion in contracts with the government, Tesla. So that's not the reason why he's doing it. He's only doing it because he can. He can. Because I can.
What about
And
power?
hold on, Tim. Then when I decided to rehire these people back into the government, I have your information. I have your social security numbers, so I'm going to verify who you voted for, and that probably see if I'm going to hire you not back into the government.
So you believe that we could get to a point where who you vote for determines if you get a job or not?
Well, why do you think they want your social security? Elon's going for everybody's social security, stuff like that, Tim. That's getting down to, he want to know who you voted for, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, if we going back to restructure this government and I can control it where I'm hiring people that I'm hiring and I can verify you voted for me, I'm going to hire people that voted for me. Over a Democrat, I'm not going to tell you that, but I have the power to see who you voted for because most likely you align with my values and what I think because I'm already restructuring the government to where I want it to be anyway.
But here's the problem with that. The Republicans, particularly under Trump, they've made it clear they are anti-DEI. They don't believe in hiring people that do not have merit. Hiring somebody simply because they voted for you that's not merit based. They would never hire nobody based on that, would they?
Well, just say this person is educated and has the merit and is qualified. Okay. And he voted for me in the last election. Versus this person right next to him has the same qualifications, same education, same background, but he voted for Biden. Who you think they're gonna hire? Who would you hire?
Yeah, I get your point. I don't know. I mean, that would absolutely be 100% unconstitutional, though. I mean, go ahead.
Right now, we're restructuring the government. Right now, that's what we're doing. We're controlling the government. Why do Elon want everybody's social security number? That's getting to your personal information.
Yeah. I don't. You know, they're claiming that they're not taking everybody's social security number. I don't know why they want that, but I agree with you. It probably ain't anything good. I don't know why they're trying to get that.
Oh, well, that's what I think. You know, I mean, I might just be, going too far out with it, but that's what I believe. I don't think Elon, of course, he's going to make money in the process. Of course, Trump is going to go up a few more billions, but that's not the reason why they're slashing dirt. I think they're doing it for a show of force. It's showing what we can do, the power that we have. Elon's showing his power that he has. He have enough power to go into the American government and get rid of people. You got to go.
How do you think, without being voted in, without being approved by the House or Senate, how does one man get that much power?
It's money. I told you last time, Tim, he paid his way into power. Him and Trump sat down there at Mar-a-Lago. He told him, hey, man, I'll give you the $350. I like you anyway. We kind of have the same values, but but if I give you this money, I need to come in and I want more power. I want to be able to do what I want, inside the government. I want to be right next to you. I want to be up. I don't want no control, no. And Trump needed the money, and he shook on it, and here we are.
So that goes against the whole notion that Trump can't be bought.
Well, Trump's a businessman, and he was going through a whole lot. He spent over probably $75 million in legal fees, so he needed that $350 at that time. That was a nice lump sum to come in.
Yeah, it's good money if you can get it.
And also, hold on, Tim, and we cut the deal where I showed you the video last time where they talking about the computers down there in Pennsylvania. We put it up on your show. You don't remember?
Keep going. I'm trying to.
Okay. Then there was a video we put up on YouTube where it was Trump to Elon computers. He put up with, he thanked Elon for, working on the voting machines.
Yeah, that was bad. Yeah, that's bad.
They talked about that too down there in Mar-a-Lago. We put all that on the table. And I got access to the best, computer hackers, in the world.
You paint a bleak picture.
He pulled it off. They pulled it off. I really believe, by him saying that, man, I just can't believe he just ran this. It's something he done up there. You heard it right there. You heard it. So I have no evidence. No. We always talk about that, Tim. So
yeah, but you can't. You are right. He actually did say that. I mean, there's no denying. And I always say, if it was reverse, MAGA would be going apeshit if a liberal said something crazy like that. So I can't do nothing but honor what you said because he actually did say it. All right, Top Dog, you're going in and out of mute, so I'll move it on. But appreciate you coming through. Looking in the comments, what about all those people on TV saying they voted Trump? I believe them. What do you mean? If you're on TV saying you voted for Trump, you did vote for Trump. Why would you lie about it? I believe him. Probably working on his own personal foot soldiers, says Sean B. In regards to maybe the police, allowing it. I don't know. My opinion on it is it doesn't look good. We can spin it any way we want, but I don't see any legitimate reason to delete a database that keeps track of bad cops. There's no way I'm gonna spin that and make that sound good. To me, that does sound like something nefarious. I don't know if you're trying to create your own henchmen, as one of my viewers said, or what the hell it is, but it just doesn't look good at all to do something like that. And particularly concerning is he didn't offer any explanation for it. If he came up, I probably would not trust whatever the hell he said. But to me, it would be a little bit better if he did say something. Why would you delete a database that tracks bad officers? Even if it's only federal officers, as MAGA Reacts pointed out. Why would you delete that and not explain to the people why you're doing that? Because for me personally, that falls in line with the main reason why, when people used to ask me, well, you ain't gonna vote for Trump, why would you vote for Trump? And I was talking about him giving police immunity. And people would tell me there's no way in hell Trump is gonna get police immunity. That's almost the same thing, is it not? I mean, you're not even gonna, you're allowing these people to go back out and potentially do more harm. I just don't understand it. But it goes in line when I talked about him giving police immunity and people didn't believe me. And I think some folks still don't believe it based on some of the comments. They don't believe Trump would have ever offered to give the police immunity from prosecution. But here it is.
Beauty better than ever before. We're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to work with Democrat mayors who are running, in every instance, running them. Democrat mayors and many Democrat governors. And we're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to bring them back like they used to be. We're going to make them safe places again. We're going to give our police their power back, and we're going to give them immunity from prosecution. So they're not prosecuted for doing their job.
I don't know what the hell that means. I don't know what it means because what job are police unable to do right now, or when he said that at least? What can they not do for fear of prosecution that he wants them to be able to do without getting prosecuted? To me, it sounds like he's promoting no accountability. I just don't. What can they not do right now that he wants them to be able to do? Now, I see in the comments, Alter Ego says stop and frisk. Well, like I said, that goes against the Fourth Amendment. Unwarranted searches and seizures. And a whole lot of Americans favor bringing back stop and frisk. A lot of Americans do. To other people, not to them. Can you imagine anybody in Congress that supported Trump on their way to D.C. being pulled over by a police officer and he's going through their pockets? And they don't want that. It sounds great when he's doing it to somebody else, but not you. Daniel Price says it means qualified immunity, meaning they can do whatever they want with no consequences, like beat the hell out of dissenters that don't go along with the narrative. Damn, that's frightening. But it's hard to disagree, because just like with getting rid of the federal police database, he didn't give a decent explanation so that they can do their job. What the hell does that mean? Travelman, appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you. What does that even mean? So they can do their job. What can they not do that you want them to be able to do? And he doesn't explain that. We'll go back to the box. One of my subscribers there, Miss Mo Betta. Good evening. Welcome to the program.
Good evening. Good evening.
I'm in the trenches. So what do you think? Why would he get rid of us? Huh?
You was getting dragged by King earlier.
He calls me the number one fluffer.
Oh my God. Oh,
I can't, I live a rough life. What can I say?
It's tough out. It's tough in these streets, Tim.
It's hard out here for a host.
But you know why he's doing that with the immunity. First of all, one of your guests down there in the box was saying, oh, well, feds don't arrest people and stuff like that. Yeah, they do. Yeah. They just have different jurisdictions. See,
wait, hold on. So, I mean, the thing about it is alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, the ATF, they arrest people all the time. The Department of, what is it, Drugs and Enforcement Agency, the DEA? There's, you know, the IRS is federal police, the postal police. Yeah. I mean, they arrest people all the damn time.
It's just different jurisdictions. Yeah. They're not parked on the side of the road waiting for somebody to speed past.
Right.
No. Yeah. But they do the same thing as a regular police officer that's in your neighborhood. Yeah. So, you know,
I mean, if you watch any of the FBI shows by Dick Wolf, the same guy who makes all the Law and Order shows, if you watch them on CBS, I mean, they show you depictions of FBI agents and what their jobs are. They arrest people all the damn time.
All the time. They just do it on a different level as far as what the crime is. Yeah. So, you know, if you have somebody that's trafficking and different things like that, they send the FBI in there. They're not sending local police. Yeah. There's the Federal Bureau going there. Yeah. So, like I said, you know, facts over feelings over here with me.
Mm. So why do you think he would? Why do you think he would? You think he just wants police to be able to hurt people at will and shit like that?
Well, see, what it is, he sees that the civil unrest that he's causing. He sees how people are reacting to the things that he's doing. And what's happening is people are going to start turning to the streets. They're not going to have anything left, so they're going to need somebody. He needs that backup plan. He needs somebody that's going to be there to protect him. Number one. Number two, he's trying to buy back the police because they were just denouncing him for releasing all of them people from January 6th. So he was like, let me throw them a bone. Let me throw them a bone because I'm gonna need them on my side. Because you see when he's going there, he don't care about not going in there. Let me just weed through this and let's pick this up. He's like, I'm just gonna get rid of everybody. I'm just gonna get rid of everybody. He doesn't care, you know what I'm saying? So, right. But he needs that backup plan. So he's like, listen, if it's like a quid pro quo, or however you pronounce that.
He's real good at that. He's a transactional guy. The quid pro quo. Yeah, he's good at that stuff.
And that's how he's moving. So he needs that backup to where, you know, he has the military. Yeah, he has them, and he also has the FBI as well. You know what I mean? So he's just trying to get back into their good graces.
Now, you don't think that this is going to mean anything bad for people of color, do you? I gotta ask.
Are you being facetious right now?
I mean, I'm full of feces right now. Facetious, yeah. I mean, the thing about it is, if he's talking about giving police a reduction in accountability, I'm being generous when I say that, a reduction in accountability. You think people of color could be on the chopping block?
Listen, of course we are. And listen, you already know, my son is a police officer. My son's a police officer, so but I'm still on the side of what's right.
Right.
I'm still on the side of what's right. I raised him right, so I'm not worried about him going out there just picking and choosing what he wants to do. He's gonna do the things the right way. But we've seen police officers that unalive people right on national TV. Mm. We've seen what could happen to people that look like us when it comes to police officers. We've seen it happen. And for anybody that denies that, you can scratch and sniff.
What about the whole notion that you wouldn't see people of color meeting these Indians if they would just comply with police and follow the damn law?
Of course they would say that. They always make us out to be the villain. We're always the bad guy. It's been that way since the conception of this government. Number one, they used to treat us like chattel. We were never even considered human. And then once they felt that what's his name, Abraham Lincoln freed, you see my quotations, freed the black people and the slaves, then they've already trained us to have the crab in the barrel mentality when it came to each other. So then once they released us, what happened is black people started bucking against each other for a position, for a spot. It's mine. Because they released us out into this world with nothing. We had nothing. We had no land. We had no businesses. And when we did try to build that stuff up, they tore it down.
It's interesting you would say that because that coincides with President Trump stating that he has done more for blacks than any president since Abraham Lincoln.
He inflates everything that comes out of his mouth. He's always saying, "Oh, I did more than I gave more than I did more than this. It's the better. It's bigly. He inflates everything that comes out of his mouth.
He likes to.
Guess what? They be inflated lies.
He likes to exaggerate. I don't think there's any denying that.
He exaggerates about everything. He even was comparing his penis size to a dead man, wasn't he?
Yeah, the golfer. Yeah, he did. Arnold
Palmer, whatever his name is.
He did. Well, he didn't compare his own though, did he? He just said the guy had a big dick.
Oh my God! Listen, I don't know how anybody can if that's what y'all do, y'all like that shit, y'all go ahead with that. I can't fucks with none of it. I'm sorry. Not none of it. He has not proven to me that he is about American people. There's nothing that he's doing now to say that I am for the American people. When you got people almost on the breadline because of what you did. People that's been in their jobs for 20 years is losing their jobs right now because of DEI. It had nothing to do with corruption. It's about getting rid of anybody that can actually challenge his ass. And that's what's happening.
But they're going to bring up that under Trump, he's gotten rid of billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse. Is that not a good thing?
I still need to see a little more proof.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I can
tell you right now, I got $2 million sitting on my bed right now. Does it make it true? Because I said it.
No, but I need your address. Shit.
Listen, but he's not showing any proof. Okay, if you go through, and again, everybody's with. Let's fix this. Let's cut the whatever. But where is it coming from? What part of the Department of Education was wasteful? They keep saying, "Oh, well, because from what I heard and what I read, it only came up with what $8 million, $8 billion or something. Oh, it's 8 million, and they switched it to billion. That's a big.
Yeah, that's a big ass switch. I've been hearing about that.
It's a whole switch, Tim. Come on now, we got to start being truthful about this here. He's slow. He's easily bought and sold, and Elon saw that, and he did exactly that. He bought that man. He bought his position. Trump is only president by name. Elon is pulling all the strings.
I don't know. You see, Elon Musk is. I get he is the one that's firing every damn body, but all of the other avenues of government, you think Elon Musk is running that stuff too?
What else is left, Tim?
The Ukraine-Russian war. You think Elon's involved in that?
He absolutely is. First of all, Trump ain't even allowed in half of those other countries.
Damn.
He's not even allowed to even go there. So he gonna send Elon on their little private jets. You go over there, you talk to now you see how they trying to blame Zelensky for the Ukrainian war. Come on, bro.
Yeah, but that's Trump. That ain't Elon.
Who you think standing in the office with him? Elon had a press conference in the Oval Office with his son putting boogers all over the fucking desk.
What about the whole we're gonna own Gaza and turn it into the Riviera of the Middle East? You think that's Elon too?
Sure. Elon has the purse. Trump ain't got as much money as he keep inflating himself to. Like you said, he's in Elon's pocket right now because he gave him that money to pay New York. He gave him that money, and again, you give me, I'll pay that debt for you, but I need control. And he did exactly that. And my thing is, if you're gonna shut something down, shut it all down. How is he still getting governmental contract for millions, not just one, two?
Yeah.
Two.
I agree with you
one
that
for Tesla and the other for SpaceX.
I do agree with you that it looks fairly ironic that you're here to shut down wasting government while you yourself is making a ton of money off government, and nobody is challenging that.
Exactly, and he's allegedly getting $8 million a day. Make that make sense.
Yeah.
Where do they think that money comes from? MAGA.
I don't know if they care. I mean,
yeah, no, they're a little slow, and that's why Trump said if he was to run for government, he would be Republican because They are uneducated.
Are you trying to say that MAGA is not? You saying that MAGA, all of them are slow though? That ain't what you're saying, right?
Not all of them might not be slow. Well, they might be now. They might be now. They might not have started out that way because they bought into his bullshit that he was kicking out. Trump lied his entire campaign. Yeah, you say he'd be out there to people, and they bought into it because he kept saying stuff. Of course, if you tell somebody a lie over and over and over again, they gonna have to believe it.
But you don't give them credit for securing our border. I mean, is that not a good thing?
Is the border really secure though?
Compared to Biden, yeah, the numbers are really good. The amount of people coming across the border, the amount of encounters they're having, it's way down. It is way down under Trump.
Okay, but still, what does that have to do with those people here, the American people losing their jobs?
I'm just saying though.
If we're talking about patriotism, what does that have to do with these people here losing their jobs? And that's what I'm saying. Getting rid of government, wasting all of that stuff, but you trying to have your people starve. Isn't that a double standard?
Well, and I hear your point on the firing of Americans in the federal position, but I'm saying if we look at the border as a separate issue, is he not doing a good job in that area?
See, I give him credit for that. He's doing what he said he was going to do as far as the border goes. Okay, yes, you got that. Listen, but none of those people that came across the border affected me one way or the other. It really didn't, because nothing has changed. My eggs still went up. The gas still went up. The light bill, all of that stuff still went up, even with him controlling the border. And it's going to be even more now with the groceries because you don't have them out there to go pick the oranges and all of that stuff that we were used to having.
Now you mentioned
you're going to be getting dead fruit.
Now yuck. You mentioned you made the suggestion that Trump, by firing everybody, is starving his own people. In the comments, Johnny 11 says you can't starve with 8 months of severance pay.
When you got 8 months of severance pay, you have a mortgage, you have a car payment, you have groceries, you have all of that other stuff. Once that severance pay is gone, what's next?
Start losing weight a little bit. You start losing a little bit of weight.
What's next? What you gonna eat, ramen?
Yeah, I don't look. I just yeah.
8 months of severance pay, and then that went out the window. That was only in play until February 6th. If they didn't buy into that by February 6th, he fired them anyway.
Yeah, and which makes a lot of them are now wishing they had took the severance pay.
Exactly, and then he talking about giving people $5,000 to each American. Now you give people $5,000, right? That'll send the debt into what? Almost $2 trillion with over 300 million Americans.
I don't think Americans would care.
Yeah, okay.
It's exactly what you just said. It's exactly what you.
So they don't.
It's exactly what you just said when I asked you about how good of a job he's doing at the border. You said it ain't changing my life. If he gives somebody $5,000, and you talk about the debt going up and down. The amount of a debt that America has doesn't change the life of the average American. That 5,000 will. So I don't think they would care.
It will change it to the point where, okay, you give somebody $5,000 that don't have a job. What does that $5,000 actually do?
Yeah, but
it might cover your mortgage for 2 months.
Yeah.
With the rate of the APRs with the banks and all of that stuff is up. And like I said, he's going after everybody but them. He's not going after insurance companies for insurance rates going up. He's not going after price gouging. He's not going after none of that stuff.
Yeah, but you do realize though, most MAGA do not work for the federal government, so firing them people is irrelevant to me.
They're the ones, and that's what this is my point to them. They think they're exempt from these things happening. They're going to be the first ones to starve. And you know who they're going to try to blame? Biden. They still blaming Obama for shit.
That is true. That is true.
Long in the tooth ass trailer park people.
Damn.
Yes, I said it. I did.
All right, I'm surprised you didn't. My audience didn't go crazy with you today.
They didn't go off on me tonight, but it's all good because they know I
Yeah.
I make time for it because what we're trying to do here is trying to make some sense of all of this stuff that is happening. It's not just I'm a liberal, I'm a I'm a right winger, I'm whatever. We're trying to make sense because this affects everybody, whether they want to know it, whether they want to believe it or not. This affects everybody. You understand? And like I said, I work for the government. I work right here on government property in science.
Any termination concerns at your job?
Yes, they just closed down the whole departments at my job. They have to be off the property by February 27th. And those were people that's been there for like 20 years.
Any MAGA among them? Any MAGA among those people?
Oh, well, possibly. For the ones that I know personally, absolutely not. They were part of the DEI program.
Damn.
Triple AG group, and most of them in that department were black people.
Oh, you just made half of my audience celebrate.
I know, because that's just what MAGA does, and this is go back to the point where we started. Why does he need the FBI and everybody to all of that database and all of that stuff to go away? It's because you're going to cause some civil unrest with stuff like this. Because number one, and this just happened to me at my job yesterday, where you have some people that are MAGA, and you know it because of their demeanor. Number one, where they're gonna look at you and say, I don't have to do that. So my son came to my job yesterday because we had an event going on, and she wouldn't let my son in. She said, oh, that's not allowed. Family members are not allowed. I said, you're gonna tell me that when I just passed a man in my building with his child in the building? Family's not allowed? I did. I played Karen right on her ass too and dropped a slip on her to the big boss. I'm not playing with these
But you do see people feel like they're emboldened to live out their best.
And that's what I'm saying. That's why they say Trump is not racist. No, he's not, but most of them that are support him. He gave them the battery to say, oh, well, we see, and especially with him letting those people out for January 6th, do you know what kind of message that sent to people?
That message was bad. I'll agree with that. I mean, that falls in line with as long as you got my back, I got your back.
Exactly. Go ahead, just do it. He let. It's another guy that supported him that just got arrested yesterday for hitting on a woman. Yeah, and he was black too.
But that ain't federal. Well, he could give him the New York mayor treatment where he could tell the Justice Department to leave him alone. We'll see what happens there. But I mean, that's not a federal charge.
Listen, he just worried about keeping his status. I need to keep my status as. Right now, even if he ain't a dictator, he sure gonna act like one. He gonna pretend that he's a king.
Well, right now he is until we see otherwise. I gotta move it on. I don't know. When he's sending out pictures.
Tell your peoples don't talk shit when I'm not up here in the box. If they got some shit to say, they better get it off their chest now. Because if I gotta re-request, it's not gonna be nice when I come back.
All right, Miss Mo. Appreciate it. Always a pleasure. Good talk. Thank you. All right, moving on with the program. That is the one and only Miss Mo Better. I did want to respond to a super chat that I misplaced. Trump is all a whole voted for him. I don't get what that means there, Will. Trump is all a whole voted for him. Remember the California disaster in his first term. He had to be, you didn't type this right. Something, he had to be, I can't read it. Something people in that area voted for him before they got help. Will, I wanted to read your comment, but unfortunately, the way it came out, I cannot read that. Okay, I'm gonna have to, you're saying Trump is a whole voted for him. Remember the California disaster in his first term? What disaster happened in California during his first term? I'm trying to think. He had to be and then I can't read that word either. You misspelled something. The people in the area. Okay, I don't quite get it, so I have to move on. I can't make out what you're trying to say there. Moving on with the program though. Wildfire. Were there wildfires in his first term? What did he do? Now, I know he has played games. One of the number one methods of revenge and vengeance for Trump is hitting people in the pocketbook. He's only been in office for like 4 weeks, and he's threatened to hold federal funding to every damn body. Everybody from the governor of Maine, you just saw that the other day. He's threatened to hold federal funding for the Jordanians and the Egyptians. I'm not going to send you any money. I mean, he threatened to do it for California in regards to Gavin Newsom not requiring IDs to vote in the middle of a forest, in the middle of, wildfires. You're talking about you're not going to help the people if they don't pass a law requiring ID to vote. So he certainly is using federal funding as a weapon. There's no denying that. He's only been in office 4 weeks, and I just gave you a handful of examples that I can think of. I'm sure there are more where he's constantly threatening to hold federal funding from this person, that person. Now, my last caller was talking about an uprising from the people. I could see it from that standpoint because most of the federal funding comes from the areas where there are people. I mean, that's where you get the money from, people's taxes. That's where the federal funding comes from. And the areas that contain the most amount of people are liberal areas, the big cities, the big states. I mean, that's where most of the federal funding comes from. California, Illinois, New York, even a Republican state like Texas, a whole lot of it's probably coming out of Houston, Dallas, some of the liberal areas. So there's only so long you're going to be telling people that if you need me, I'm not going to help you out, knowing that the money that you would get came from you. This almost sounds like United Healthcare with Luigi Mangione. You're going to tell me I'm going to pay the premiums, but then if some shit happens, you're going to stiff me? To me, that's the whole federal funding threats that he's making. That's what that sounds like. You're going to collect federal funding from all of these liberal cities, but then you're going to threaten not to help them out if they need it because they're liberal. That could cause some uprising, as Mr. Mobada was saying. I can see that. I mean, at the very least, if you're no longer going to be there for us when we have a disaster or whatever the case may be, due to your own grudge you may have against us, then we're just not going to contribute any more federal funds. This is what a real governor would do. Now, Trump is the alpha male type. He's going to, we see what he did to the governor of Maine. The governor of some of these states need to talk back to him like that. You're pissed off with me because of my policies, or you don't like this state because we voted blue. So you want to do some unconstitutional shit, like not help us out in the middle of a natural disaster. So then we're going to fall over some more unconstitutional shit, and we're not going to donate money so that you can give it to red states when they're having a national disaster or natural disaster. That's how you should respond to that. I don't know if you're going to find a governor that does that, but that's how you should respond to that, because he should not be able to hold up federal funding because of liberal policies. If it's a liberal crime, that's different, such as not cooperating with federal agents when it comes to border enforcement. That's a liberal crime. Sanctuary cities is almost a crime in some cases. I can see that. But some of the things that he is doing are, I just don't like you because, like the requiring a voter ID. The Constitution doesn't require that. You just want it. The Constitution doesn't require they request an ID. So you can't force that because it's something you favor. He's all about the people that voted for him. That's true. And has to be convinced that they voted for him before they get help. And that is unconstitutional. He should not be able to hold up federal funding solely because someone did not vote for him. I said this before, and it never materialized because Trump won. But I said this before that I thought if Trump lost, you were going to start seeing a whole bunch of laws passed that were anti-Trump laws. And when I say anti-Trump laws, I mean to prevent presidents in the future from doing stuff. Because Trump has pushed the envelope in so many different directions. Obviously, somebody in the future is going to come along and try it also. Because he has shown us that, you have an honor system, but you don't really have to follow that. There's not a lot they can do to you if you don't follow it. So in the future, they need to put in a little bit more enforcement, something that has bite if people don't follow that. Because like what he is doing with holding federal funding, firing people, some of that stuff, judges are ruling this stuff is unconstitutional. And he's essentially like, fuck the judges, I'm gonna keep doing it anyway. Because I control the Department of Justice. So if I don't do something that a judge ordered me to do, I know that that judge has little to no enforcement powers against me because I control the Department of Justice. So at very best, all he has is a bunch of bite, or a bunch of bark rather. He has no bite. Really, Congress is supposed to be dealing with Trump in this stuff. If you're not following the law, the proper step is to impeach him. They're not going to do that though. So that's where the problem is. They're going to need to pass laws in the future to stop somebody else in the future from just saying, I'm going to come in here and do whatever the hell I want. Ain't nothing you can do about it. Because that's kind of what he's doing right now. If I want to do it, if I think it's right for the country, I got your back, I'm going to do it. Who gives a shit how you feel about it? That's kind of what he's doing. And it sounds great if you like what he's doing, but what about when you don't like what he's doing? What about when he's doing something that's not in your best interest? You still want him to be able to do it? That's the problem we could face. Looking in the comments real quick, and thank you guys that are tapping the screen. Should be around 80,000. Guys could have maybe get up to 80. A lot of lazy thumbs in here. Could tap the screen, get the likes up. What about the people in North Carolina with FEMA not helping because they supported Trump? Well, that ain't coming out of the Biden administration, though. C3, C8. I do know someone got fired for trying to single out Trump supporters and not help them. That's a crime, too. But let me just say this. Anytime something comes up about Trump, pointing to somebody else that did the same shit doesn't defend Trump. It just means they both are doing something wrong. This is the whole argument about January 6th. You know, bringing up January 6th in response, bringing up Black Lives Matter in response to January 6th is not actually a defense for January 6th. You're just pointing out when somebody else did something wrong too. But if in regards to the North Carolinians, that wasn't coming from Biden. They went out there and did help the people with the $750, which is the FEMA maximum you can give in an emergency situation. That ain't meant to rebuild your damn house. That's meant to get you toiletries and a little bit of food. And if I'm correct, they did try to raise that $750 recently, and the Republicans shot it down. So, but he did what he could in that case. I don't know what more he could do. Like I said before, the party of states' rights just became the party of tyrannical federal government, says Will. Hopefully the tyranny doesn't materialize, but I do understand why people are saying that. To me, when you start silencing bad police or, hiding bad police, I don't know where to go with that. It does look bad. And as one of my viewers pointed out, where they're small contingent, it's not as many of them, none of that excuses that. And there's absolutely nothing that excuses for why he didn't explain why the hell he did it to begin with. If you're going to delete a database that keeps track of officers that have been corrupt or misconduct, you should explain why you're getting rid of it. He didn't, and to me that is the biggest concern. It's obvious, says Chris. It looks very obvious, but I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. I don't want to attribute bad traits to Trump or put words in his mouth, but he should tell the American people why he got rid of a database that does that. If he doesn't, to me, there's only one way to go with that. And that is the way we're all talking about, is that you want lack of accountability for police officers. And that's in addition to the whole giving police immunity, stop and frisk. When you're putting them in a car, don't put your hand behind it. I mean, he has said a lot of things that lead one to believe you want police to have a lot more power and a lot less accountability. I mean, I'm giving you multiple quotes coming from him. So he has said that stuff. Anyhow, folks, I do gotta step away for a minute. I appreciate the 73,000 on the like counter. I appreciate that. You guys always tapping the screen, showing the program some love. The governor of Maine is anti-Title IX. Trump is restoring Title IX for women, which is a bill for women's sports for women, not men in women face. To me, the whole issue with the transgender community, I just see it as being blown way out of proportion. And I'm one that is openly admitted, I don't believe men should be able to play in women's sports. I'm fine with that, but the way MAGA, Trump supporters make it sound like damn near every other school is dealing with a transgender athlete trying to play sports somewhere. This is a very, very minute problem. Out of all the things that we have issues with in this country, this isn't even in the top 5,000. This should not be getting this much attention. They're passing bills and laws, and you're passing whole state laws that are going to be tailored to 5 people, 2 people, 3 people. Most states, if you put a gun to the governor's head, the governor couldn't come up with 5 people in that state that are trying to play on the wrong team. This should not be getting this much attention. You want to talk about waste in government, wasteful spending? How much does it cost to have all of those folks come and vote on that? When it's really pertaining to nobody. There's virtually nobody that this is stopping. So, like I said, I'm not a fan of letting somebody play for the other team, but this has been blown way the hell out of proportion. We're making a big deal over something that affects virtually nobody. And that's what my other viewer, Mr. Mobetta, was talking about. I think a couple of callers talked about that. Things that really affect no one. I think that right now, when folks say that Trump is doing a really good job, most of it is based on things that do not affect anybody. It's kind of, I like Trump because he's sticking it to the liberals and he's going after the boogeymen. Boogeymen being LGBT, DEI, affirmative action. Most of that stuff is not making a single change in anybody's life. Most of the Trump supporters, okay, they got rid of affirmative action. Did you suddenly find a whole bunch of jobs available to you? No. Getting rid of DEI, did that suddenly make your resume more valuable? No, it doesn't change anything you're dealing with. Okay, now that you know that a transgender cannot play for a girl's team, how did that make your life better? How did that improve your life? It's here. It's all here. It does nothing for your pocketbook. It does nothing for your self-worth, your value. He got rid of the boogeyman. I like the fact that he got rid of the boogeyman. That's all it is. The people I have an issue with, he's sticking it to them. That's it. I'm a Chicago Bears fan. I don't like the Green Bay Packers. So if the Minnesota Vikings beat them, I feel better. Doesn't change my life. I still got to go to work tomorrow. The gas still costs $3-4 a gallon. The eggs are still $8 a dozen. But I like the fact that the Packers lost on Sunday. That's what it sounds like. You just got rid of the boogeyman. Didn't change your life at all. That's what it really sounds like, is your team won. That's all it really sounds like. Until we get to the point where people are celebrating, he did something and my life is actually better because of it, then I'll say you got to win. But right now, people are talking about putting his face on Mount Rushmore and he's had the best opening of the first 20 days or 30 days in any president in history. Based on what? He stuck it to the liberals. He stuck it to the LGBT. But your life is not better. So I will tell you this, though. If Trump has done so well that he deserves to be on the face of Mount Rushmore while you're paying $7-8 a dozen for eggs and $3-4 a gallon for gas, then $3-4 a gallon for gas and $8 a dozen for eggs wasn't really a problem for you to begin with, was it? It really wasn't a problem. Because now you got the guy you want and you think he's one of the best ones ever. And you didn't get any reduction in cost for any of that stuff. So that means that stuff really was never a big problem for you at all. That's my take. Crystal Lopez says, what about allowing trans into gyms, changing rooms? I don't, this is that was the same argument they used last generation with gay people. I don't want a gay guy in my changing room. I don't know how many lives I've had to do this, but I keep telling folks, you're confusing the transgender community with pedos. There is not a huge occurrence. This is the same shit about playing for the wrong team. It's not happening. It's boogeyman shit. Where are all of the cases of transgender in restrooms abuse? You think, by the way, let me just say this, by the way. Your young child going into the bathroom in a mall, at a movie theater, at another public place, maybe at an airport. You really think that's somewhere where a person is going to pick to abuse a kid? I mean, there are hundreds of thousands of pedos in our nation's history. How many of them do it in a place that public, where somebody could walk in and catch them in the act? That's the last place they're going to do some shit like that, is in a public bathroom. Why are we confusing these people as pedos? There's no history of that. You know what I always say? You want to keep your kids safe, keep them out of church. There's a lot of history of it there. And the same folks that are talking about keeping your kids away from the transgender are saying send them to church. Religion's good for them. Doesn't make sense to me. It never will. When you look at the fact that we think the LGBTQ community may be harmful to children, but we know the churches has been. And we're not talking about one or two cases like you talk about in the LGBTQ community. We're talking about abuse all the way up to the Vatican and beyond. But you want to send your kids to church and keep them away from this community. This is backwards as fuck. There's no other way to look at it. It is backwards as fuck. If you had even 10% of LGBT members abusing kids the way the churches have, it wouldn't be safe for them to be on the street. Yet you'll hug a priest and shun the LGBTQ community. And that makes sense to people. It's your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. I got to step away. I appreciate you folks for tuning in. If you enjoy this type of dialogue, follow the program. TikTok, Instagram, subscribe on YouTube. I'll see you tomorrow. Real quick on my YouTube side, I do make sure I didn't miss any super chats. I'll see you folks tomorrow. Thank you. And same on YouTube. Y'all take care.